Welcome to our continuing adventure in Hollow Knight Silksong. This is video segment number 14, and we have lots to do. In the previous stream, we managed to uncover a new area that is not yet on the map because we haven't mapped it. It is the Putrefied Ducts, and we already have the Bell Beast fast travel station over there, but we haven't explored it thoroughly enough to see how the map looks and how it clicks into everything else. On top of that, we now have quite a lot that we're able to buy over here from Jupilana's shop, and there's a whole sequence of events that can precipitate from that, beginning with buying up the craft metal and taking it down to the architect, the 12th architect, and fulfilling the requirement to grab the architect key. Now that's going to require quite a few rosaries, and we should see if we should break some of what we already have now or farm some more up along the way instead. I think that, well, mostly we were saving these for a rainy day, but that is a sequence that could be pretty interesting. And so we would need to buy the craft metal here, and we would, if we go down to the architect, need to separately purchase one additional tool, which would then fulfill the requirement to buy the architect's key. Together, that's, I think, a little over 500 rosaries that we would need. So let's just do a quick calculation here as to what we should break, if we do break anything. I mean, it is also easy enough to farm up a couple of things along the way, just because this zone is so heavy on enemies that do indeed drop rosaries. But the first thing we should do, perhaps, is to buy the craft metal, then work our way down, and then see from there what we are able to afford. So, if we break one of the heavier ones here, that goes to about 240. Yeah, we could do that. Just thinking about the order, because there are so many different things that we are able to do. There are, of course, also the Grand Hunt quests over here if we want to take on a couple of bosses, including the rematch of the Savage Beastfly, which gave us so much trouble in one of the earliest streams. I'm trying to look at the silhouette here for the reward for the Wailing Mother. I can't quite make out what it is, but that is also something that we should look into with time. So with so many different choices on the table, well, right now we're not really sitting on very much in terms of rosaries that could potentially be lost. So maybe it's in this kind of situation that we should prioritize mapping out the Putrefied Ducts first. And then we'll see how we do. Because definitely the Architect's Key is something that we want to look into. And we technically have the resources to do so now, but it makes sense to do the things that we don't need to pay into first, just in case we farm up some more currency along the way. So let's use that as our first point of continuation, beginning with going to the Grand Bellway. Other thing too is that I had located the last remaining upgrade for the crafting kits for the outgoing damage on tools, which currently we have to a certain level. Let's see. What does it say? Yeah, tool pouch and crafting kit. So we actually do know where to get tool damage for. I believe it's off of Grindel's shop, and it costs about 700. And that's something that we should prioritize as well before taking on some of the fights that we've put off for the time being, since we were using tools rather heavily, both for the Forum over here and for Bilehaven over here. Both fights in which we've previously gotten very deep, but didn't quite complete because we thought we'd power up a little bit and do some other quests, since we needed to amass some shards just to get our tools back in order anyway. So, in terms of expenditures, that's just a taste of all the different things that we planned to spend on. Now, according to the achievement that we got last time, I believe that we have at this time actually mapped out the entire Bellway system after having completed the last stop over at the Putrefied Duct. So let's go back there and let's look for a map. Yeah, no map here yet. So we have the bench. This is otherwise going to be a bit of a dead end here. And we kind of rushed away over here previously just to get to a point of safety as soon as we could see one. So, beyond that, let's just make sure we know what we're doing up here. These enemies, you can actually kind of get behind them. And just poke them that way. Now, of course, if he's in that position, it's a little more difficult. It is possible to attack into them safely if you know where you're standing. Just make sure that these ones are also not going to capture me along the way, since it's very easy for them to string you up. Lock down your positioning. This one looks like another one here, maybe. Is it? What is that? No. This is not an exit, much as it looks like it might be reversible. Okay, got a few more to deal with over here. Let's just try to lure this one out. And, oh, you know what? They actually do some friendly damage to each other, it seems. That the enemies themselves be trapped by one of these. What shall we call them? It's got to be down here somewhere. So these ones are just spit squits. What about the ones that are the traps? Swamp squits. Spit squits, and then... yeah, difficult to kind of categorize them accordingly. It's not going to be one of these. Duck sucker, that's one of the ones that we've passed by, the big ones. Barnack, yeah, that's what it is. There it is. The toothy growth that lives in caved roots, wraps wayward bugs with his long tongue, and drags them up to be consumed. So the barnacks do, in fact, consume some of the other bugs as well, and that's something that we should keep in mind. If that ever becomes handy for our purposes. So, yep, it's going to stick that back out after having digested his previous meal. It was temporarily shut while it was doing that, I guess. Unless it just grows back from this state, it might. This goes further down, but we should check left first. Whoop. There's another one. Trying to find a good way to knock it out without being consumed. Kind of poke it like this, poke, and poke. And then, am I able to get up here for anything? Not really. It's just a little spot for this one. And they do come back out too. They don't stay down for very long. You do have to watch those locations. This looks like it's a gate that's going to be openable from another side. Also, we should actually let them drag us up, maybe. And yeah, we let those drag us up far enough and escape at exactly the right time, then it's actually possible to proceed over here, for instance. then, what does that give you? An old map of the putrefied ducks. There you go. Very interesting way to hide the map. Okay, not much to work with so far, though. There is a leftward passage. We'll see how things fit together. But I'm thinking that it might be possible to have that connect to Milehaven and possibly even get us some kind of shortcut over to that fight so we don't have to do the gigantic run-up. Or it might have some other approach to the same intersection. That's something we'll be looking out for, in case we can make it happen. I don't see anywhere else to exit over here, so I guess we'll just need to poke this on the way down. And then just be careful with this one over here, unless there's a reason why we'd want it to pull us up. I don't think so. Oh. So yeah, this goes down further. Let's probably just go. Might be hard to get back up, though, in this position. Oh, no, we can. We can jump high enough. So then the question is, we go to the big room on the right that has been mapped out already, and which seems to go over a big pool of probably maggot-infested water. Where do we go left? Let's take a look at what we're dealing with over here first. Yeah, definitely maggots down below. It would be very nice if eventually we get some kind of anti-maggot collectible. Let's see, I feel like it's possible to do a jump here that would then get you over. Certainly if we bounce on top of the enemy. Yeah, like that. And then get on top. Whoop. And we have to deal with quite a lot over here. Okay. Getting a little bit risky over here. Don't want to lose my position up here, though. And this is getting really hazardous now, actually. Well, we're pretty close to the bench, so it's not the biggest problem if we get nuked here. I would like to poke it one more time if we can, just to get some silk. And not fall down into the maggots below. So it is possible to traverse it over if you're just careful about it. But having scouted out what is there, it may be wiser to check the left side first. Oh, this is breakable, good. Also breakable, so we've created some kind of shortcut passage. It looks like this may very well drop down into Milehaven. We should take a look at that possibility when we can. I don't want it to let that pull me up too. Yeah, there's someone up here. But again, some of these you might want to just let pull up. Now previously, for those big ones, oops, we were actually just taking those out with the curve claws. Because they do hit pretty hard. It was actually maybe a little excessive. And we connected all the way over here. Then what? There's a big thing up above. Ooh, Key of Apostate. Very interesting. Were you supposed to poke that? No. Well, Key of Apostate, I mean, that gives you a big part of the slab because you've got the two doors there that we previously didn't managed to get to. That is very interesting. Didn't expect to find something that substantial here, but I guess we should decide soon if we want to actually just make the drop. Looks like dropping on the other side does probably connect down to Valhaven, so... Yeah, because if we drop here, it's likely that we won't really be able to come back up. Oop. Now that's interesting. We can enter here. And then we get a bench. The key of apostate, is this the apostate? Well, I guess we'll find out. So we've mapped this out. And, oh, it looks like it probably doesn't connect down to the lower level after all, but we see that there's this upper exit on that long right side room as well, so we should look into that. Let's talk. This is the Huntress. Spider, your stench is strange yet similar. Your tension is smelled strong. Do I seem a threat to you? This whole land keeps me cautious, tall one, and your claws look to have seen much sharp use. Yes, I kill gladly, but only to feed my shell and my brood to come. Your meat, rather. Much sustenance it could grant, but too hard to pry. Your long, false claw would slash back swift. Good. So you can sense my skill as I yours. A truce, then, that we both shall live beyond our meeting. Yeah, we're not going to fight. This one's just going to give us a bench. But is there anything else we can interact with? You stay, Spider. My brood needs meat much. The organs of others, or would you instead offer your own? Gift the shell's warm insides as sweet feast for my brood's birth meal. Hunt for a brood feast. Interesting. Okay. Sure, why not? We'll make it something good. I will not offer my own organs, hunter, though I may bring the meat of others slain. Good spider, skewered, shredded, seared, bring it all. Much will be needed, enough to save my brood to come. Several of my tools can prepare the meats as you request. I have been fortunate to find so varied an arsenal within your lands. My brood has not long until hatching, spider. Do your duties swift, and you shall see a reward for the slaughter. Hopefully not actually time-bounded, right? So... tools to acquire organs of various types, so hunters may feed her brood. Seared organ, shredded organ, skewered organ. Now, how do we get the seared one? I don't see one tool that would make any heat here. But yeah, if we get kills from shredded or skewered, I mean, you know, pin could skewer, curved claw would probably shred. Traps might do likewise. The only thing is that I'm not exactly sure how to sear anything here, because I don't think we have an appropriate weapon for that. Also, let's play. See what they have to sing about. Stalk and smell and seek. Soar the caverns high, that I may know your mask bold. Interesting, so this continues this way, and that's breakable. And that just connects to the lower level of where we were before. Now, there was a bottom left area, too, in the previous room before reaching the key of apostate. I wonder if that's something we should bother with. We're close to a bench, so it's okay if we accidentally fall into the maggots. We know how to get out of that situation. If need be, and then this looks like shell shards, which we'll gladly take. And having been to the upper level already, let's continue to the right and see where that will go. Yeah, I guess maybe we'll need some kind of tool that will do hot damage of some sort. But I wonder if we can grab this one. Maybe, because those ones kind of respawn, right? So I don't think we can outright kill it necessarily. Yeah, that's spending a lot more than we should, I think. It's not really doing much for me. Let's, yeah, too bad we burned all those shards. Let's reload this quickly. As long as you get the kill with the tool, I think that probably suffices, but only with certain types of creatures, perhaps. Oh, this is interesting. This continues. Oh, yes, just back to this corridor here. Now, we reloaded a couple of things, didn't we? A couple of creatures that we might have to get through once more. Also, this goes to an upper layer here. We've been here before. This is where we came down previously. You know what? Oh. Okay. But that dropped everything down below, so that didn't really work out. Used entirely too much of the curve claw too, which you want to be careful about because I have been saving it for a fight later on. Also for this big guy here. Get some meat off of that? Not really. There is an exit from up top that we should be looking for. Not quite there yet, given the map. But we should look carefully. Yeah, because these ones do quite a bit of damage, and then okay. They hit really quite hard. Okay, at least we have a general pattern of what to do with them. Even though that was altogether very sloppy. Gotta be careful because there's so much damage output out of some of these enemies. So there is some drop from above that we still can't quite see here. I'm trying to see if we can poke into that somehow. Yeah, we can definitely see where that drop is. It goes along the top. Drops down below. We don't have a way to get up there yet, but we can find a way to traverse that high. We should. Not sure we're getting it from this side, though. It might be just exit only from some location that we need to wrap to above. Okay. Let's be careful. At least we know what the attack pattern of these is now, which is not to say that we'll do this very cleanly. Spent way too many resources on that. We should not be quite so eager, perhaps. At least not in Curve Claw. We might want to go Long Pin or something. Can actually see if maybe that's guarding something like a crumbling wall on the right. I don't think it is, though. I don't see it. No, it wouldn't be in this room. Let's back over. So yeah, we can go back up to this layer, which is where we came down in the first place, in case there was some alternate passage. But to the right, this looks like it almost might have been it, but maybe not. Let's just be cautious here then. Nope. Have to be really careful about this one. Yeah. See, ideally, you let those get around you because that way you can actually... Oh. Careful. Yeah, they zone you up like crazy. Now, this is a bit of a problem because we haven't been able to reach the cocoon yet. We should actually just go back and heal in this kind of circumstance. I think the quest to prepare the different kinds of meat with tools is something that maybe should wait until we have much more of a bank in terms of shards. Nope. Well, if we can lure it over... That was entirely too close. There we go. Now we'll just try to proceed carefully here around the big guys. I said carefully. Actually, just skip that one entirely and try to go for the cocoon first. Oh, no, that's too bad. That was quite the fall. And then we're just losing way too much silk here. Let's try to go around so we can actually get a cocoon then. Whoop. There it is. Only to probably lose fairly soon at this point. Let's actually just wreck this one quickly. See, this is why we should actually get that final tools damage upgrade. Try to tap this enough to knock it out without being caught. That gives us enough silk. Good. Upper level in case we can actually loop back up top, which looks like it might be the case. Oh, this is not great. But we ultimately might have made it somewhere. Nope. I feel like, oh, we were probably supposed to break something up there. This is getting to be a problem. Let's just try to get it to a point of safety here if we can. Like up here? Is that it? That totally looked like something that we could have traversed to. Yeah, it totally looked like we could have gone up to the top level there somewhere, but we had too many enemies to deal with at the time, and so we can take this one out quickly without taking too many risks. That would be great, but failing that, I guess we'll just jump across here and see what we've mapped out. Okay. Risky drop, but we made it. This looks ominous, like it's a boss room or something. We're getting close to it. This is conspicuously empty. That doesn't look very safe. That is this open. Interesting. Well, something broke down here a long time ago. This looks like clean water for once, which we haven't seen in a long time. Given all the maggoty water that we've had to traverse along the way. Quite the cavern over here. Now, there is somewhere to the right, and somewhere up top. We should see what is actually safe. What is this? Craft metal. Sure, we'll take it. It saves me buying the other piece that we were looking at earlier. I mean, there are 2 things to buy off the 12th architect that require craft metal. We know where to get the other piece of craft metal, but we just need one for now to get over to the architect's key, so we'll gladly take that. This looks like it goes up. Does it? Totally looks like it's a passage up. Maybe it's just a drop. It totally looks like it goes somewhere. Well, I guess we'll find out when we map it. What a massive blank location, though. That looks so suspicious. Like we're definitely missing something. Or that perhaps something will compel us to return later. I guess we should see how it's marked on the map when we do get a chance to map it out. But it's interesting that that's kind of the separation between the polluted water and what is clean. I wonder if there was a way to get up there in that spot, because that totally looked like it might have been an exit. I wonder if the clean water washes off the maggots. I'm not going to test it. This totally looks like something. Maybe we just don't have the traversal power to deal with it at the moment. Yeah, I can't really wall jump off anything here, so maybe it's something that's breakable from above. Well, let's look here a little more carefully, because there's the craft metal spot. Is that really all there is? I mean, not that it's not significant. It's something that we picked up. Now, at least at this point, we don't stand to lose very many rosaries if we do lose the cocoon this far out on the way back. Trying to just whack that quickly. Again, if we can get them close and above, get them in close, then we can duck under it as it's getting ready to fire. That's how to approach. There we go. That's how to do it. There was something that was trying to string us up here, wasn't there? Thought so. That one on the left. Then that just brings you back here. I thought there was a way to go further up. And we're going to look for it. In case there is something like, yeah, a crumbly wall over here. That's clearly it. There we go. And then spiky passage over here. Well, let's see if we can get across. Just barely. And there's another one over there that we'll need to get around. And then one of these. Oh, no. That's significant loss of progress. We were just about to get up through the top, too. Something tells me that maybe we should heal up and then return here, but then we have to push through all these same enemies again, and so that might not actually be beneficial. We need to push through some of them anyway, in fact. That's okay, we'll just redo this whole sequence here. And just have a plan in mind for the spitting enemy, whose name I've already forgotten. The Spit Squit. Once we get to it. And hopefully not die to the grapple locations here either. Oh, we can just skip around it. That's good. That works too. This is a secret of some sort. Rosaries. Anything else? Lots of rosaries, actually. Lots to lose. On our way back. A lot of maggoty water on this side, too. Oh. Oh, are we going to die here? We're going to die here. Stood way too close to that. Well, so much for the rosaries that we just picked up. But where do we go? We were just about to open a passage back to the left, which would have created a shortcut there. So we should go back there and try to do that one again. And then we should also explore the right side of that, which we have not done. So, lots to look at up top. And yeah, you've got the whole waterfall area to the right. Could be interesting. I actually think we should switch to long pin. The idea being that we still want to save Curve Claw for some later fights. And we don't want to be really short in ammunition for those. Long pin is also kind of short right now, but I guess we'll restore a lot of those. And we'll see what we can hit with this. So yeah, same kind of passage, except we'll break open the gate to the left once we're up top this time, and then after that, we'll see about the right side of that top middle room, since that's the next location to check. Oh. Not great. There we go. What about these ones? How many hits do they take? I'll just charge. Give them a little bit of room. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Got some shards off of it too, so we don't deplete too much. In general, we should probably just go around those, though. We need to gain a lot more height to go around them. And it, like I said, gain a lot more height to go around them. And we just got smoked. Okay, there goes all the rosaries that we picked up in the top location, all 100 or so of them. Ran right into the trap. Should have taken that a little more patiently, perhaps, but Yeah, after just grabbing all the rosaries from that location, they are gone. But I think we only lost about 100-ish. Could have been worse. And that's okay. Pressure's off, I guess, as we try to complete the same passage. No. These ones are just such a monstrosity to deal with. So we let them go first, I think. Just go around them. If we can, as long as we don't get caught like we did before. Nope. And then, yeah, that's the thing, is that the diagonal from the jump up really is not most compatible with trying to hit those enemies. Here we go. Yeah, the traps are so camouflaged too, it's very difficult to see. But at least we got some silk off of this, and then we'll heal up in a moment. But now, let's just try to continue up. And just try to, not get hit by absolutely everything. Okay, so left side was where we wanted to open that connecting gate. Which we can do because then we can take the upper bench and use that as a shortcut down. This was where we died the first time. Try not to lose to this guy as we go up, so then we can skip a lot of the issues on the way over. Hopefully, as long as we're careful about our descent from the bench. And we'll check the right side of that room. Okay, now skip the maggots if we can, at least somewhat skillfully. Let's see what's on the right side. Have to be really careful because of the possibility of traps like the one in the middle that drags you up. Grapple seems to get right through them though, so we have a sort of blind passage that we need to get through, and then grapple is the way to go, by the looks of it. This is something new. Wreath of Purity. Oh, lovely. Fragile band woven of reed and leaf, crafted to repel muck maggots. Well, that is going to be quite nice, but the thing is, what breaks it? Is it just damage that breaks it? If broken, the wreath will be repaired while resting at a bench. Yeah, I was hoping for some kind of mech maggot protection. I guess that might not necessarily be great for getting into a major fight, though. It still wouldn't last very long. And then this looks like silk that will respond to us in some fashion, so let's... Must we hide? Oh, dear sisters. We don't have enough silk to play this song. Let's amass some silk and then come back and play it through, perhaps. We actually tap that? Doesn't really tap for silk, though. If we have something that we can tap for silk, Maybe not that one. Let's go back to the first room. And then, even though it's just for flavor more than anything... Oh, there's the same spot. We should try to play that song and find out more about who just gave us the protection. Okay, good. We have enough for heal, but we don't want to use that necessarily. However, I might actually want to go back to the bench to try out the Muck Maggots Wreath. So, actually just spend the silk, I think, and then we'll bank up some more on the way back. Because I want to see what the fragility effect is while we have a chance to try that out. And 06i, you're saying goodbye, maggots. Well, I mean, until this breaks, right? So that's clearly just going to replace Inject a Band over here. And we'll see what breaks it. Whether it's any damage at all. Or just lots and lots of maggots. Who knows? Yeah, because if damage breaks it, it might not be that useful for the climb to Bilehaven, which is the main application of trying to have maggot immunity that I'm thinking about. But then it just essentially means that you have one dead accessory, essentially. While you make the climb up, if you do in fact take damage at some point. I mean, we'll see. I mean, how fragile is fragile, essentially? We'll find out. And we'll find out as well when we swim here. Oh, I see. Okay, no, you can see this thing shake. When you're in the maggots, you can't be just swimming in the maggots indefinitely. When the maggots crowd the wreath, then you can see that wiggle. So it repels the muck maggots for a time, but then it seems like it breaks if it gets overwhelmed. So you can't just swim in maggots as much as like. I used to wonder if I should have just let that take me up just in case there was something up top, but no, it doesn't really look like it. So anyway, let's go back to play that song just to so you see, kind of wiggles a little bit. I don't know if it continues to break if you keep dipping back and back. Yeah, you can see that it wears out a little bit. It wears out slowly, so it gives you a certain bank of protection. And so it's not the time that you spend in the maggots in a single dip, it's the time total that you spent in the maggots at all. That's still good. That's still very, very good, particularly for the Bilehaven climb. So I think we'll keep it, for sure. Okay, let's play this one again. See what this tells me. Feared by all, revered by all. Is this talking about the maggots? Must we hide? Feared by all, dear sisters. Revered by all. Yeah, and somebody with a pin. Here long ago. Very interesting location. So I guess when we hit a bench, then we'll see that the reef should, I think, come back to full. That is at the very least going to be a big time save. Okay, so we've seen everything in this area that we can. So we picked up two very consequential things here. One being the craft metal, the other one being the apostate key. So we may go back to the slab. I don't know if we'll do the hunt quest in the slab yet. Well, I mean, we have the hunt quest in the slab, so it's going to be available there no matter what. But as in the relevant boss there is going to spawn and leave a trail and everything. And yeah, as you can see, then if you look at the shape of the wreath, it does restore completely. So yeah, the tools quest here. Oh, you know what? I was thinking that you needed to defeat enemies with these tools. But maybe you need to destroy enemies and then harvest the organs afterwards with the appropriate tools. Which is why nothing seemed to drop. But you did see organs splatter everywhere, but then you needed to harvest them first. Okay. Well, that's something we should think about when the time comes, even though we don't really have a way to sear them. As far as I can tell. But if there is a weapon accessory that allows us to do some kind of flame damage, then absolutely that's something we'll look at. I'm just thinking back to what we may or may not have acquired off the shops yet, where that is concerned. Anyway, we lost all the rosaries on the way in here. We just had 25 to start with, and we picked up some more. We lost about 100. But now we have to complete prison keyring. And that's probably going to get us somewhere interesting. So the question now is, do we do architect first? Which will cost a little bit in terms of rosaries. Or do we go prison first? I think we'll go architect first. So let's get over here and then let's plan out a route. Just a Grand Bellway and then port down using Ventrica. We don't actually need the maggot wreath for this zone, so let's just pop it off for the moment. But we'll need to remember to bring it back for the relevant climbs later on. Okay, so up and to the right, that's where it is. Yeah, and then we just cross over. I think that's what it was. I had to remember where everything was placed. And that's up above. Okay, so let's check prices here, and then let's shop. And then the door for the architect's key is pretty close by, I think. It was scattered about the citadel, each seemingly laid with purpose. Someone wished the thing dismantled, but showed respect enough to see it stored safe. That heart is an inspired form conceived by the first of my line for a knight of cog and blade. In it I see my predecessor's talent, immense, now lost forgotten. I could never create, copy a work so fine. And a knight that once bore the heart, tell me of them. A gleaming order, cogwork sentinels, so impressive, majestic in function, they were charged or bound to the highest holy duty. Long before the creation of the Corps, the sentinels ventured even beyond these walls to see all bugs brought, forced, safe to serve the citadel. Yet heart were restored within the sentinel's shell. Would it give thanks for the awakening, or would it grieve those lands now lost? In Time Maker, I may find out. So yeah, that would of course pertain to what we had started to collect here with the Conquered pieces in the various bell ringing rooms up in the Citadel. And we're missing some additional part to that. And we did see the room where it seems like we can reassemble it once we do find all of the parts. And so with the Conquered put together, then we have a sense of where to plug it in, and maybe we even get a boss fight out of that. Who knows? Or something just as interesting. Yeah, I think the implication here is that you had some kind of original knight who then created a series of automata to carry on the line of the architects over to the present day. So, Sawtooth Circlet. Well, we can buy either one of these. We just need to buy one of them to then afford the architect's key, I think. Because I believe the requirement for that was just to buy something additional. So let's pop a 340. I think that we have something that is worth exactly 340, so we might as well just use it for efficiency's sake. Oops, wrong button. Let's take a look here. Pale Rosary necklace. Well, why not? It's exactly what we need. Let's grab it. Actually, can we just... Oh, we can buy this immediately. I didn't know that. Okay, sure. Then we'll just take it. I thought for some reason that we needed to buy something additional with craft metal. But I guess if it's a prove your aptitude with tools, then maybe we fulfilled some other requirement from tools usage. Well, we're here anyway. I'm tempted to just buy the Sawtooth Circlet before we lose all these rosaries we just opened up, but... the reason I'm not doing that yet is because we know that the next big purchase I want to make is almost certainly going to be the tools damage upgrade, which costs 700, I think. And so let's save that. And then let's go to the place with Architect's Key. Yeah, I didn't know that I already met a requirement for that. I thought for some reason that I hadn't. So we need to go up top. That's... by navigating around. There we go. Also, why would we pull this? I don't know. But let's plug it in. Yeah, all this time I thought I needed an additional piece of craft metal so I could buy something and then get into the Architect's Key. But then maybe it's that I could have bought any tool and that would have been fine. So what do we have here? Chapel of the Architect. Oh, okay. And then we get a new movement set. Let's find it. Found the crest of the architect. Spin the needle as a screw, shredding foes. Spend silk to rapidly craft new tools. Now that's interesting. But then, if you're crafting new tools, then does Divine do anything to heal you, typically? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, so nothing on blue. Oh, yes. Oh, and you can actually put 3 things in. But then... I see, because then the standard silk skills don't fit, but then you have something as your main skill. That is also one of your tools that's expendable. So all of your attacks then use the tools, but then you can refresh them. Okay, so let's figure this out. First of all, let's figure out movement. So downward attack is back to being diagonal, but it has a bit of a charge to it. You can tap for a short attack, or you can hold for a long one. Dash attack is this forward thrust. And then again, there's a bit of a charge effect to it too. Maybe. Kind of a long thrust, I like it. Doesn't really do that wide swipe that Reaper does. And of course the issue is that, you know, downward movement might take a little bit to get used to. No, we could play with this. And then the nice thing is that you essentially get 3 tools. 3 expendable tools that you would then work with. Because then you can have traps and everything. Or even, yeah, like a straight attack, a couple of different things you can work with. It's just that you would not have one of these standard ones in the middle. You need to buy 4 slots? Yeah, I mean, you know how many memory lockets I have. I've got 9. Because all this time I've been saving up for essentially anything interesting enough when it comes to crests. Now, of course, it would be a shame to just blow 4 slots only to not use this weapon very much. But even with all the crests that we currently have, I could think we can afford to buy all the expansions I don't already have. 2 here. 3 here, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we're short by 2. And of course, we don't know how many other crests there will be after this point. Because I would assume that there's an achievement for collecting all of them, and I don't see that having popped yet, so... yeah, at the very least, you would need a couple of slots here to make this usable. We might play with it. I'm just trying to think about where we want to play with it. Because, of course, right now we're in a pretty good place when it comes to some of what we're doing. The only thing is that because we were using tools so heavily on the way up to Bilehaven, I'm just thinking about it because while you would still need the shards to craft tools though, right? So shard shortage is still going to be a little bit of an issue if we're going very tools heavy. But the idea is that if you run out of tools mid-fight, you can replenish them afterwards. I think, let's keep this in mind for later. I think that maybe... this is the problem with this game, is that you get so comfortable with one particular crest that it's difficult to adapt to the other ones, especially when it comes to things like the downward movement. But I was saying that one of the things we want to check next would be the slab, where we have the apostate keys. That would actually be one of the next destinations. Oh, you know what? This is so heavy on tools usage that it synergizes well, first of all, with our next big purchase being the one in the Blasted Steppes for the 700, if we can get up to that. 220, 220. Got 440 over here, that's 670. But one of these, that gives you 700. So you pop both of these, one of these, and then that gives us enough rosaries to get up to buying the last big tools upgrade. I think we want to do that, and we want to do that now, then. You know what, we got so many memory lockets, let's just expand these and have fun with it. Because this seems reasonably interesting. So, for instance, you can bring in Well, multi-binder is before, but also bullet pouch. Have poison on every tool. I don't know if I want to necessarily take this into the Bilehaven fight, though, since, again, we have a bit of a method worked out, particularly for to climb on the way up, which we don't want to mess around with too much when it comes to movement. But maybe we can take this over to the slab or something and play around with it there for a little bit. Let's do at least one of these here. We definitely want the compass back. And is there something else that we want to use immediately? Well, silk speed and anklets are always good. Actually, shard pendant works well with this one because of the fact that we would be very heavy on tools. That makes a lot more sense. So let's go with that. And we'll just need to get used to some movement here. So yeah, you can do a bit of a charge. So if you're trying to hit a moving target, you think you might miss, and that could potentially give you the bounce. We don't need the bounces as much as we used to anyway, because of the fact that the harpoon also gives you bounce effect when you latch onto something. Alright, so let's play with that. Let's go to the slab and on something. Or at least play around the apostate key and see where that gets us. Oh, no, we want to buy the tools damage upgrade first, so we'll do that first. And then go from there. So let's go to Blasted Steps first. And see what we can do from there. Have to get used to the slower movement speed again, I guess. And we'll eventually buy all tools. We know where to get a second piece of craft metal as well, so then it's much less of a priority to spend on that now. Or for the tools associated with that. After some tasty goodies, and yeah, so we want crafting kit for the final upgrade, so... Actually, crafting kit is damage, right? Not capacity. Yeah, this tool will let you build them even nastier. So then let's pop both of these. And one of the 30s will get us precisely what we want. Crafting kit expanded. And that'll be good for the time being. Yeah, because now we have tool damage 4. We don't have very many shards, so we should be careful with the tools, but let's go to the slab and play around and just knock some things out. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect from the Architect's Key, but it certainly wasn't an entire weapon class. But anyway, we have 2 doors up above that are accessible with the apostate key. We'll try both of them. We'll also try not to run into every single trap along the way. Also, kind of a long reach through the floor, you can see. Maybe not that long, but let's try this out a bit. Look at that, and you can kind of drill into it really quite quickly. Oh, and this just gets you to shredded organs. Interesting. Oh. So we'll just miss everything because that's how it is when we're playing with something new. Let's try to keep. Now we don't know how much silk is expended when it comes to tools. That'll be something to figure out. But the heal does work as before. And we'll open this up, since that gets you a shortcut from above in the prison level. But then this is interesting, some new material. Penitent, 8th of the 12th, guilty of the sin of irreverence, penance by chaining, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 2nd of the 4th, guilty of the sin of dissonance, penance by silencing, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 4th of the 4th, guilty of the sins of infirmity, sickness, penance by swallowing, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 12th of the 1st, guilty of an unnamed sin, penance by casting, absolution not granted. So, well, someone's still alive, I guess. Oh, wait, more signs. Or... no, same sign. Okay, that's fine. I bet we're in for a fight soon. Okay, there's back down to the lowest level. There is something down below, even further. Heretic lock. Yeah, we have all the keys at this point, so... more rosaries, we'll take those. Lots of rosaries, actually. Which we'll try not to lose too quickly. Looks like there's something up above, too. If there's a way we can get to it. Oh. Yeah, it totally was something here. Well, why would this be here? Whoops. That was a mistake. Oh, hang on. Why are we... dashing forward like that? Yeah, let's be careful here. Still getting used to this weapon set. I want to take tons of needless damage. This looks like something silken and also locked. Penitent, 1st of the 1st, guilty of the sin of apostasy. Penance by constriction, absolution denied. Oh, this is totally a boss if you unlock it, I bet. If we unchain it. How far off are we from the bench? Not that far. Let's just see this room first. This is absolutely going to be boss. Some prisoner from long ago. Okay. That's going to open up, and what have we unleashed? Oh, you can enter it. Okay, that's fine. Wow, this is interesting. Half spawn of a distant land. Within this cage I've waited. Let my strength be bound to yours. Reclaim the future of our cursed kingdom. So, what global permanent benefit shall we get this time? Not a boss at all, but rather an ability. Or a boss. It's a boss. Yeah, too simple. Or a sinner, yeah. Okay, have to remember, different movement set. Okay. Let's leave traps. Poison traps. Then, yeah, right now we haven't built up enough silk to actually heal up yet. We'll try to tap in for a heal when we can. Oh, nope, got me. That's fine. Oh, interesting that this is the save point. It does mean that we don't have a bench to immediately refresh our traps, but there's no run back, so why don't we just take it? But then where's my cocoon? Where's my cocoon? Do we get it in this fight? Do we get it back? Or maybe... Hang on. Okay, no, we actually still have all our stuff. We have all the rosaries, so we didn't lose anything. So we can retry this immediately as much as we want. That's interesting. Unusual. Kind of standards of this game. Oh, nope. Stood in the wrong place. Okay, that's alright. This just makes it easy to learn this, potentially. Let's just play the trap style. And totally run out of resources if we do that. So yeah, it's practically like a dream fight. We do, of course, lose the resources that we're using on the crafts. But we can always back out if we want a more familiar weapon set to play with here. Which I might. Yeah, a lot of this is dodging, so we just need to get a little more comfortable with watching the pattern. I'm so used to the dash giving me the uppercut attack that's something that's taking a little bit of adjustment at the moment. Let's not use traps right now, just to get into the habit of reading the dodging pattern so we know what we're dealing with. Oh. Oh, got caught. Okay. A nice crossing attack, actually, wasn't we? Oh. Tried to downward dash this way. It's okay. First time playing with Architect. What we should do is try to get her into a later phase and then really kind of unload with tools. Right now we're not really building up enough silk, and that's one of the issues. We neither have silk or the heals nor the tools replenishment. And so we're not in the ideal position. So let's just try to dodge and just win the fight the standard way. Okay. Actually, not too bad a pattern to read at this stage. Of course, this is just phase 1, and we're not doing too much damage at the moment. And we're also taking a lot of damage all of a sudden, so things can fall apart quickly if I'm not watching carefully. We're a few taps away from a heal, though, at least. Oh, we're caught. And again. So yeah, we'll try it a few more times this way. And then we'll probably switch back to Reaper just for the familiarity of it. Since we're not really using a lot of the benefits of the Architect and Tool strategy right now anyway. Oh. Yeah, I mean, first time playing this particular configuration, so it's not surprising that we would have a couple of growing pains with it early. But if we have the resources, I can see how the kind of poison trap style would be very synergistic with playing the Architects back. Try to build up Silk for a heal when we can, without taking too much damage. A lot of it is just good defense, the same way we would normally need to do with any weapon that we're using, so. Still in phase 1, of course, but as long as we're dodging everything, we should be okay. Oh, we're not dodging everything, but that's okay. That was just 1 point of damage from the bump. Just missing with the weapon too much. That forward drill from the Architect attack is something that we should be using more effectively. Just getting the spacing down for it is something that we're still trying to do. Now we do have a heal available here. We actually landed that successfully for change. Just missing all the attacks, unfortunately. She does kind of port out when we try to approach. That's one of the issues, that we haven't really been able to approach close. Let's just try this again. Oh, okay, 2 attack patterns at once now. That's something we should watch out for. Did she just heal up with the bind? Did you do that? Trying to look for a healing opportunity here, and we didn't get it, fortunately. I had the Silk to do it that time, we just didn't manage to get it done. But clearly that was already in a kind of second phase of the pattern where the attacks intensify, so we made some progress. If we switch back to Reaper, so we have a more familiar uppercut attack, though, that we can dash into. Well, we'll see what we do. I'm thinking we'll probably go Injector Band, because with the dodging pattern here, we want fast heals. But we just need to dodge a pattern better in the first place. Oh, got zoned out that time by those 2 attacks put together. Oh, got caught. I'm gonna wait for a healing opportunity. Good. difficult to attack into her after a certain point. Also, yeah, she totally binds, and that might actually be a self-heal. What I'm seeing. We have to be aware of that. We have to try to interrupt it. Okay, that's okay. We've got a heal available. After next dodge, if we can. Nope, that's not. We also still have a heal. That was actually a very advantageous position. Yeah, unfortunately she binds up again, you see, and I feel like that extends the fight. About how much, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it does. I'm gonna start to expend some weapons here, so we're clearly in the late phase, but she's binding. That's not good. Okay. Okay. Oh, another bind. I feel like that absolutely is healing, boss. I mean, what else would it be, right? Okay, we need a heal when we can. Nope, getting caught. Getting caught rather excessively. After the next dive attack, that's when we heal. Maybe. Okay. Got it. Need to interrupt the other heals though, for sure. Nope, getting caught. No Silk to play with now too. I actually got pretty far in this fight. But we're in great peril, of course. Or one hit will end it. And one hit will end it. Dashed the wrong way, actually. Got pretty far. That felt like it was in late phase already. And given that, I'm thinking maybe we will switch back. We'll come back in here. I'm going to try it with something more familiar, just because the spacing is throwing me off a little bit. Oh, whoops. That was not the way to go. And of course we can map all that out as well. There's more down below. We won't... Too much would it get? Unless... Oh, that was the way in the first place, wasn't it? No, this was the way in up top. Let's go there. Actually, down below might just open the path to the bench directly, so maybe we should have gone over. But we'll map things out first. The fact that it's sort of an instant reload... Yeah, actually, it looks like the right side probably just breaks this wall over to the bench, and so we should break it. We should go back. Oh, and we should remember to change the loadout. And yeah, so we're totally devoid of resources at this point, so we don't want to go too heavy, too much. Okay, let's just go back to Reaper. We want Injector Band for sure. We want speed. And I think we'll just stay on all this as before. Now, do we want Threadstorm? Not necessarily. I think for the main attack, Threadstorm is usually for light waves of adds. Silk Spear might be better if we're chasing, or Sharp Dart might be better. Silk Spear is actually better, I think, because we can interrupt the bind from a distance if the enemy is binding. So we should go Spear for that reason alone. Because we wanted some kind of super long range attack available, if we have the Silk for it, of course. But yeah, we needed something a little more familiar, movement-wise, I think. Does this actually get me this passage to the left? That was actually not what we were going for at all. This is much lower than I thought we would be. So we need to go back up. But that's okay. I guess maybe this connects to something that would be in the Sands of Karak, where possibly we were looking for some kind of connection point there anyway. But there's no cocoon that we need to retrieve, so it's alright in that respect. Yeah, might as well see this. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is a group fight, isn't it? Okay, this is not what we were prepared for. We might be in a bit of trouble. Yeah, injector band showing its effectiveness immediately. And then we'll open this door here. We get to open this. Yeah, that's fine. We actually wanted that to break. And then this weaves back up and kind of creates this circuit down below. Did that give me anything interesting? I guess it's just a path back up. This is still technically part of the slab. That passage down below looked interesting. Potentially. Would have just been another trap, though. What have we got here? Weaver Effigy. Oh, okay, so that's something else to take to the relic. Expert. Prayer is etched upon his body, yeah. Well, we'll take it back. That'll be more lore and more cash. This is just a trap. Oops, shouldn't have jumped up towards that. That's okay. And this is also just a trap. Actually shards, so we'll take it. Right, and we just closed the loop going around, which pretty much exists for the purpose of giving us off a pathway back up. As far as we can tell. I mean, we'll know for sure when we pull in the map at the bench. Yeah, I thought this would give me a pathway to the bench here, but no, it does not. Okay, so before we go into the fight, let's go back to the bench first, and then pull the map, and then see what else we can do. Yeah, interesting that you can't break any kind of shortcut here. But it does look like we saw everything we needed to down there, so let's continue. And get back to the center fight. So yeah, here it's just a jump in this location and up. Tucked rather out of the way. Okay, now let's see it with something a little more familiar. Yeah, the swipe. I've just gotten so used to the uppercut attack. And again, for the later phase, we'll try to interrupt the vines as much as possible. Still missing these attacks like crazy though. She kind of automatically dodges some of these, I think. Like there's a bit of invulnerability that's just part of the fight. You can kind of parry directly into that charge attack that she does with the swipe. We're doing much better for Silk though, so let's try to find a chance to heal when we can. Not really hitting at all. Okay, we do need to heal, and of course I just stood directly in that path when we tried to do so. That's okay. Lost a lot of that Silk, but we'll get it back. Oh, no. Got caught. Bad positioning. We're not actually meaningfully doing much better than we did with the Architect spec, to be honest. But at least the movement feels a little more familiar. For the uppercut attack in particular, in terms of if I can dash into something offensive. Gotta heal. What? Nope. Stood in the wrong place again because we were just about to try to find somewhere safe to heal. That did not go. These instant respawns at the boss feel so unusual for this game, especially when you consider some of the massive runbacks that we've done, particularly the Bilehaven one that was about 15 to 20 minutes. But well, a little variety doesn't hurt. Oh, yeah, she definitely kind of auto-dodges the first few swipes, I think. I need to dash the right way out of those. It's not a difficult pattern, but of course, as with any fight in this game, there's a lot of room to make mistakes. A lot of things you can do to really make a mess for yourself. Got caught by everything. Let's get a healing opportunity. Interrupted, good. Actually didn't interrupt with the range attack like I said I would, but we were doing this in a moment's notice here. Okay. Nope, got a little caught. Oh, and we missed that. Missed a bind. Need to get a heal up soon though. Nope. A little too rapid there between attacks for us to follow up on that properly. Getting pretty far in the fight once again, though. Clearly in about the third step of escalation at that point in terms of the complexity of the pattern. So we'll see how much further it goes. Definitely stabilizing with the injector band has been very helpful. Yeah, she does dodge like crazy though with some of these, and we just need to figure out when it's actually safe to rush in. Okay. Good, that's a healing opportunity. Oh no, not enough silk. It was supposed to be healing opportunity. I've seen a flash of silk at the corner of my eye. Oh, nope. Ran right into a teleport location. Yeah, we were just trying to find a moment to heal there, and we were just short when it came to space. Yeah, so she auto-dodges a certain number of attacks, but I'm not exactly sure to map out when the vulnerability does come. Oh, got caught. Problem is that you do whiff a lot of attacks in this fight. Okay, we do have a heal available. Let's try to go for it when we can. Tap a little bit of silk if we can. Oh. Nope, got caught again. Okay. Replenish a little bit there. Oh. Nope. Okay, didn't reach in far enough with the spear, actually. I was trying to interrupt at that time from across the map, and that unfortunately just wasted a lot of silk. I can't let her get every bind down. I think that's clearly a heal. And it's just going to prolong the fight. Heal up when we can. Okay. Oh, didn't count too much. Almost had another heal, but okay. Just a little late for that bind, unfortunately. And positionally, we're in a bit of a rough spot here. Whoops, got smoked. And got slightly interrupted there, not completely, but slightly. keep up pressure. Good. Oh. Heal up. And that's it. Bad phase. Phase 2. I thought so. It seemed too easy. A whole lot more dodging, but not sure. Yeah, okay, it's just a area attack. That's new. Mainly, I think. That's the main new complication. Need to watch the circles. And bad spot to be in. Okay. Nope, bad timing. Oh, we were safe. Whoa, now we're in trouble. Okay, let's try to just get up to next heal. That's the main priority. Nope. Got caught. Yeah, don't want to premature GG there, but the thought is well taken. You think this was similar to Widow? With the Demon to fake out phase? Yeah, I was thinking about that with music. I mean, we've seen that there's kind of a set of more Silk-themed bosses that have their own thing going on. Okay, this was a bad start. This was rough. This phase felt pretty manageable, to be honest. Clearly, interrupting heals made a big difference. In that it went a lot faster than it did when we previously got to that point in the fight, just because we were getting at least some of the interrupts down. I was kind of feeling like phase 2 was coming, though. It felt a little abrupt to phase 1 not to become more complicated. Caught there. Yeah, the main thing is just landing the attacks of all is actually kind of tricky here because there's so much teleporting out and we haven't gotten quite a sense of the system or pattern for that happening yet. We just need to tap it whenever possible, and of course sometimes we just get in way too close and miss. Oops. Oh, I didn't think I was in range that time, huh? I guess we didn't calculate that very well. No, this is a really bad start. If we had the shards actually going Architect and just going long-range tools-based attacks here, it would have been, in some ways, much better, but it's okay. We'll stick with this. Definitely like the Silk replenishment that we get off a Reaper. I'm accustomed to budgeting around that. missed a jump. Nope. A really bad start once again. Happens sometimes after we put in a really good deep attempt that we just have to mess up for a bit before we get back into the flow. We're close to the next heal. Just need to not have too many problems before the next tap. There we go. We find a safe moment when we can. Nope. Nope. Just get caught with the forward attack so often. Actually makes sense to stay close to the corner because then we can trap. As long as we're not out of range for when the boss decides to bind. Okay. Oh, got caught by everything. Yeah, the thing is, when we are both swiping forward, I'm definitely not getting the parry timing down to do so safely because we're just kind of lunging wildly at the same time we're being lunged at, and that doesn't work out too well. Jump out when we do see the charge up for the forward attack. Nope, standing too close. Yeah, a lot of this is just all spacing. We'll need to heal soon. After the next attack, we'll see the opportunity here. There we go. Phase 1, at least there's a very clear heal timing. Phase 2 is a little more complicated when it comes to that, just because there's so much going on at once. But Phase 2, like, the main complication is just standing out of circles. Like, it's not actually more than that, but it does restrict your spacing a lot, and that's the issue. Oh, missed the hint. Will interrupt. That's a big problem. If we missed the interrupt, this goes on a bit longer. It seems. That's what I think is implied. As I'm reading it anyway. We're doing well on Silk, so we just need to try not to squander it. Okay, good. Nope. Too late on that. I was making a snap decision. Do we interrupt or heal? Well, we're trying to do both, but couldn't get the timing or spacing down to do either very effectively. So that was a bit of an odd situation there. Difficult to calculate these things when you're also dodging at the same time, so... Nope. Yeah, just one big miscalculation in there. Essentially. Well, there was the dodge going on, there was the enemy bind going on, there was our own health that we were trying to replenish, and there's definitely a little mental latency to try to sequence the right moves that we should be making in the right order. And so, that was a bit of a complicated situation. And, oh, I was hoping to outrun that, actually. You know, if we had gone back to the scuttle form, we probably could outrun those backwards. That's such a great defensive form, it's just that we usually don't have the accessory space for it. It's okay, let's just try to steady yourselves and get back into a deep attempt to get into phase 2 again. Okay, it's not dashing in the wrong directions either. It's been an occasional impulsive mistake. Okay, that was almost a miss. Watching a few too many things at once. It's really hard to hit. There's a lot of spot dodges here and there. Very quick fight. Here we go. Well, we've been playing this one pretty cleanly so far. It's just been hard to hit. Okay, that was an interrupt, I think. There's a bit of lag time to get the spear charged up though, so maybe spear is not the best choice for this. I'm not sure what it would be. Oh, no. We need to heal up. Yeah, that was a bit of a problem there. Too many things going on. I'm definitely slipping a little bit with my dodges here and there, in that I am occasionally facing the wrong direction. It tells me that maybe there's a bit of lack of synchronization with my hands here that we aren't completely correcting for. Nope. I was trying to get out into a position where we could tap in for another heal, and we were just a little too behind in health to do so. And that got a little further than before, and we had a very clean first couple of cycles. Yep. This has been a bit of a mess. Right after we had such a good attempt too, when it came to playing perfectly in the early moments. It's alright, just need to get our head back in the game, I guess, and get the pattern going again. Nope. Swiping in into a forward attack like that is repeatedly a problem. Yeah, that's really been killing us. I'm almost tempted to say that we should be playing Beast for this fight, for the forward roll, just to actually get some hits. Oh. But of course that is very dependent on actually hitting to heal. That might be a particularly bad idea on a boss that we kept whiffing on. I just need to take it patiently instead of charging in all the time. I think charging in all the time has been a liability more often than not. Need to be a lot more deliberate with our spacing, perhaps. Don't wait until the vulnerability actually happens. Oh, got caught that time, a little bit. Not as bad as we could have been, but still not ideal. Oh, caught once again. Yeah, we both got our binds down, but I was so far out of position there was nothing that could be done about that. I think getting ourselves healed up was more important in that kind of circumstance. Ooh, got caught in the crossfire there. Running too close and just running into the bosses. Not really wise. Okay, good. Got a slap. And an interrupt. And we'll have a heal ourselves. No, not if we get shot first. Just built up enough silk a moment before that last hit. Nope. I want to heal up soon. I'm going to stall out too much. Yeah, we'll want to heal right now. Good. Pretty solid. Not so solid. Okay, got an interrupt. That's good. We need a heal. An interrupt again, I think. Spear actually did work for advantage that time, so definitely having some directional issues with dodging here. Just again, probably just hand coordination starting to wear it down a little bit. We'll need to heal now. Okay, good. Phase 2 at full meter. Full everything. No excuses. This is the best possible way we can get into Phase 2. Not possibly do better than this as a starting condition, so. Yeah, just need to patiently walk around the circles when we can. Actually easier to hit in this phase, if anything, just because more attacks are going on. Okay. Nope. Oh, we've got a big problem here. Gotta be it. I was thinking I need to tap once so I can heal. Let's get out of there in case the explosion actually matters. Okay, let's accept this. Whatever it is. Heretic. Major achievement there, but what do we get? Oh, I guess we have another one of these sequences where we'll ascend and enjoy this lovely spiderweb filter. Here's a wall to jump on, at least. Make it out over here, and then where shall we go? All the way up. Yeah, I was thinking at the end of that fight there, okay, I need to tap this many more times to get the next heal, and then, well, then it just ended, which works for me. And then where does that take us? Oh, you're not supposed to land on that. Okay. At least not permanently. What do we have here? Has to be something significant, you would think. We haven't seen one of these sequences in quite some time. She called us daughters, called us divine. She lied. Rune Rage, okay. Weave runes of blazing silk upon enemies. Blazing silk, I kind of like the sound of that. That might actually cook things in the way that we need for the seared guts or meat or whatever it is we're trying to collect for that feast. Well, we're definitely playing with that. Also something that would not have been automatically equipped had we been in the Architect's Beck instead, but... Alright, we're up. We're at full. And this has been deactivated, so... we can get back out. And then one level above, I see that there was one little nook there that we hadn't descended through. We should check that. Wonder what that was about. I feel like we had checked that at some point. But anyway, there's another apostate gate that is up top. There's also something that we're hunting for in this area that we have not accounted for yet. For one of the quests. The Wailing Mother. What a slime trail. So lots left to accomplish over here. So anything down here we hadn't seen already? Not really. And we'll try out a rune rage when we can, just to see what kind of attack pattern it gives us. So let's go upstairs one floor. Oh, that's the rune rage. That's not bad. It does dump a lot of silk, I think, but... Oh yeah, this is the room that we've been to previously. We didn't go up top here because we didn't see this. But there's something else to enter. This looks soft and openable and collectible. Not a memory locket, that's good. We know that we're a few off from plugging it fully into everything. Where are we? That takes us up to this room. Okay, so that just connects as a passage. Easy enough. Yeah, it kind of connects all the way through. Now that I look at it. And then we just go up another level, and then we'll try the other apostate key and see where we go from there. Kind of wonder what the minimum is for rune rage. Not that much, actually. So you can just smoke them like that. Doesn't take very much. We're keeping this. We're keeping this. I feel like it's worth the work that we put in to get it. Okay, let's take a look. I think this was the only other apostate lock that we found. So it's just these two sections. This looks like it's full of traps. If you look at the track in the background, those were traps everywhere else. Yeah. Although, if you do that, you could bounce on it. We should, in fact, take it. Because you can bounce up. It's okay. So 1 out of 4. I think we had accounted for 1, possibly 2 mask shards at shops. I think just 1. There was 1 at Jubilana. There's 1 that was associated with one of the hunting quests. Probably the one for the Savage Beastfly. So 1 more mask shard that would be unaccounted for to give us mask number 8. We seem way off in general when it comes to mask shards. You would think that the game is set up in such a way that it gives you up to 10. But we found them very rare to come by. And so I think that's all in this segment, though. I don't see anything else to really play with here. That was easy, actually. We seem to have skipped over a sizable chunk just by easily being able to grapple over, which, you know, you should be able to do at this point. If you had the apostate key, you wouldn't have gotten this far without that. Okay, so that was it for the apostate key as far as we can tell. Only thing is that we didn't see the various clues for the hunting quest here, which we might want to look at. So we see a slime trail from somewhere. We should keep that in mind. This is what to track. We should bench up first just to get that, and then let's follow the slime and let's see what we face. And we'll track this. It'll go through the next bench, which is worth taking. And since we have some cold protection, looks like we just continue going out if we can. Or do we? Oh, no, you can enter here. I see. Yeah, I guess previously we wouldn't have been able to, since until you take the quest, I guess the crack doesn't appear. Alright, boss time, probably. Once we get past some number of traps along the way. Boss time immediately, I would think. Oh, lots of ads. Where? You know what would be good for this is Rune Rage. Probably. So this is just going to introduce you to this, and then we'll have lots more to deal with. Oh, except I hit myself with the explosive. Okay. Good guy. Okay, so that was maybe getting a little too fancy with Rune Rage. There is a pretty big spin-up time on that. I like it, but we need to do it safely at an acceptable range. Early on, we should try to take care of a lot of the explosive attackers individually. Oh. Gotta be careful with this. See, the thing is, friendly fire can probably take care of a lot of this here. Oh, didn't expect that spit. Oh, right, because that's the sticky spit that they do. I keep forgetting. I haven't faced these in a while. Okay. That hit hard, but didn't actually take me out completely. That took me out completely. I thought for a moment that we were getting smushed there, but wasn't fully the case. Yeah, you guys pick these off individually. Let's try to take this out so he doesn't stick us. Okay. I can heal it. Yeah, that wasn't a good position. But there wasn't really any good position to work with. Anyway, so... Oh, no. Missed a swipe. It's okay. We're not even at whatever the boss is there, so... What's the name? Wailing Mother. Yeah, so we need to get through all that first, and then... Presumably it spawns the Wailing Mother, and then... We're not even at that phase. Cleaner than usual. Yeah, Rune Rage is great. I feel like Thread Storm would have been better for targeting down something like the big guy here. Because he has something a little more focused. Okay, let's heal up. Good. Wailing Mother, are you coming out? Brood Mother, okay. Let's Rune Rage immediately, just to see. Okay, so that's sticky. So we need to watch out for the sticky attack, and we need to just get enough going here to heal. Oh. Yeah, so, as expected, first ad phase is just a tutorial for everything you have to deal with here. Okay. I think for this one we might actually want to go traps. Because then we can stay away from the explosives and still take them out from afar, maybe. Let's think about this since we don't really have much in the way of shards at the moment. So we don't want to go too heavy on the sub-weapons just yet. We might actually want to change out of Rune Rage. It's a little too slow for what we need here when we've got tons of enemies about. Spear might actually be better. Okay, knock him out. Oh, get out. Oh. Totally failed to get out. That guy just counters you like crazy. Okay, Brood Mother phase. Find a safe heal if we can. Okay. A little too sticky. Hitting too many things here. Yeah, Rune Rage. I'm not able to control that well yet. It's a little hard in the Curved Claw there too. I feel like Drill probably isn't too useful for this one, but oh, actually maybe it is because you have that grounded phase where she plops down onto the floor. injector band probably still is good. I'm just thinking about whether we might want something for silk replenishment instead or something else that we could use here. Memory crystal might be good because then it lays out traps automatically to clear the board a little bit. Let's stay with what we have right now though, just to learn this a little better first. Then we'll make some other adjustments and optimizations. Sometimes it's hard to tell the explosives away from the, apart from the slime attacks. Definitely we found that to be a bit of an issue as well. Just getting them straight. Maximize our self-replenishment. Yeah, just gotta watch dive attack. Wow, how do we get countered there? I guess I wasn't watching my health. Whoops, sit too close. Whiffed the heal. That's okay. Didn't really think about that one properly. We're going to switch to Threadstorm. The rationale for Threadstorm is... I was considering Spear as well, but with Threadstorm, we want a way to easily dispatch the floating explosives without really having to aim at them. Because you've got moving targets there, so... And they take a little moment before they explode anyway, so theoretically we can Threadstorm into them. Take out that guy quickly too, you see. And then... just clear space, which is what's essential there. That seemed to work out really well. Seemed to get through that phase really quickly with Threadstorm, in fact. That worked out excellently. Yeah, need to watch over the lunge attack that she does. Oop. Okay, see, Threadstorm takes care of that a little bit. Oh, just hoping to tap into this a little bit better. She does not get exploded by her own children. That does not happen. Nope. Getting too close into these attacks. Yeah, she's got a huge range on that, actually. We're definitely underestimating the movement range of that grounded attack there and failing to jump out of it. But Threadstorm worked excellently in just getting us cleanly over to that phase. So we'll likely try it again. Because then we don't need to aim at the first ad here. Just take them out quickly. We just don't deal with them and the sticky effect that we get. Okay, that got that done quickly. Not quite at full resources like we had previously, but yeah, we want to kind of keep jumping for this phase, I think. Well, maybe not into that. Yeah, goes all the way across the room. Can't underestimate it. No. Yeah, you have to jump out of it. You can't fight that grounded. Well, we have an opportunity. We'll heal. Okay. Yeah, have to get out. We can't tap for too long. There, we're standing there too long, and staying too grounded when we're attacking in. So just 1 or 2 swipes. That's all we can afford, and then we have to play cautiously. It's easier to hit these when you're grounded, that's the issue. Oh, didn't hit that guy enough with the Red Storm this time. Let's actually heal. I said heal, not bind. Or not storm, rather. Bind for heal, not everything else. Oop, not enough silk. I was instinctively going for the thread storm there, and we didn't have enough silk to work with. Ugh. Terrible start. Terrible start. 1 hit's gonna do it. Yeah, 1 hit's just gonna take us out, so. Let's try to do the first part a little more cleanly. Some very quick and clean attempts before, so need to get back into that. Okay. Get that one out immediately if we can, and then take him out quickly there. Then we mitigate a lot of damage and preserve a whole lot of silk. Yeah, so Broodmother coming out does kind of freeze you, so you can't really do much out of that. Yeah, staying in the air is actually the key. Oops. Nope, got interrupted. It's kind of unfortunate there. She doesn't attack you up high much. So take advantage of that. Oop. Bad positioning. No. Yeah, the thing is, you stay on the ground and you just die. We had a right idea. Once we got grounded, it was hard to get off. And we just need to not be grounded. You have to kind of stay up on the walls and stay up in general. That part of the fight. I kind of wonder how Harpoon does against some of these. Harpoon actually just pokes him immediately. That's actually much better if you're having troubles at range. As long as you don't burn too much silk on it, of course. Okay, not enough silk for a storm here. That's getting us into a bit of a mess. That'll all take itself out, though. Of course, we need to swipe at an appropriate range so we don't get in too close. Nope. Too close. On one hand, I feel like we do need the healing speed from Injector. On the other, I think Memory Crystal would do wonders. Just from leaving traps around for clearing space. Okay. We get this at full. Not in our usual position, but yeah, we should do a little double jump in the middle when we attack in. Because then we stay at range. We don't dive down too low. Jump. And jump. Jump. This is seemingly working out. Oh, can't miss though. Nope, because that falls apart if you do that. That's okay. Oh, we're gonna get jumped. Nope, missed. Bad timing there. Kind of stabilized. For now. I mean, it's probably going to be another phase after this, if I absolutely had to guess. Gotta heal. Yeah. In peril. Yeah, we're just missing the timings now. Okay, we're in a bad situation now. No silk to work with. Need more silk. Okay, end phase transition. That's new. It's a diagonal attack. We were just not on the ground at the time to dodge that properly. That's okay. First time we've seen that phase transition, so that's just new material. For the zigzag attack, we stay grounded, we walk around it. We just didn't see it coming because first time we've seen that phase. Just getting hit by everything here. Okay, stabilize somewhat going into Broodmother phase 1. Again, let's just stay in the air. Get swipe timing down. Unfortunately, I'm a little late sometimes. Makes me wonder if we should play short range with Wanderer just because the timing I think is a little more snappy for the downward swipe. Okay. At least we got jumped over that time, so could have been a lot worse. Whoop, bad idea. Okay, what do you have heal time to work with here? Getting a little bit chaotic here. Let's try to fix this up. Nope, I jumped. Need the next heal, I think. Just tap into that, get a heal. Should be pretty close to the next phase by now. Okay, here's the next phase. Let's not fall into any sticky pools on the ground while she's doing that, though. That's a risk that presents itself immediately. Let's see if we can see the tell for this. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. A little too much going on. Try to get the next heal at least. Oops. in great danger now. Yeah, had a couple of issues there. But we should be able to get back to that phase cleanly, I think. You just need to play very defensively and not miss the timings on when you actually swipe in. Okay. Nope, just didn't expect it to come up right away. I thought it would be a follow-up attack down below first. Yeah, if you kind of do the downward attack and then roll to the side instead of double jumping, that gets us better spacing for defending and getting away, but of course that didn't quite work that time, just as I said it. Really can't get into the sticky traps because we just can't get out in time. Oh, getting too many things going on at once. No, too many things going on at once. I was trying to find a safe place to heal there. We just got jumped. Yeah, cut it down quickly. Yeah, Thread Storm's really quite snappy for this, so I still prefer it. I'm sure we'll find a really good situational use for Rune Rage later fight. In particular, we're already kind of thinking ahead to how to change things up the next time we go back to Forum or Vilehaven. Oh, timing. Timing is off, then the whole cycle comes down. Crashing down. Okay, got it. Oh, too close. Was a little late on the swipe. Nope. Lost track of which way we were swiping that time. Okay, we really need to stabilize a bit here. We've really fallen apart a little bit on this phase. We're just trying to get back in position. Back to something playable. Can't really whiff all those attacks. That's the issue here as well. Nope, ran into that. Let's get we'll have heal available in a moment. Let's just try to get into a better shape. Good. Take those down quickly, then just take care of each other. Oh, oh. Have enough for a heal, so let's heal. No, and then yeah, once you get grounded, then the timing just completely falls apart. Stood too close. Let's try to get into the next heal and stabilize once more. Okay. Now we're looking a lot better. Almost. Can't just run into things like that. Okay. We better heal up when we can. Shouldn't wait for us to be too far down in health. That's why. Uh-oh. Nope. Nope, got stuck in multiple directions. Feels like we're stabilized, but we mustn't be complacent. There we go. Was feeling pretty good about that one, actually. Now that attempt, once I kind of got up to 7 masks on phase 2, things looked alright. So that's going to go to Songclave. I think that's really the last thing we were looking for in the slab for now, so we'll probably port out of there, down below. Unless we want to take the long way or something through Coral Chambers just to farm up some more, or if there was anything else I wanted to see along the way, I just wanted to check that quickly. Probably not making a really deep attempt on something like the forum today, but we'll think about what we can do. Yeah, obviously there is the second savage beast to fly to hunt as well, and the fact that we collected the anti-maggot item today, which suddenly makes a separate run back up to Bilehaven seem like a much more appealing option, although, again, we're a little bit short on shards. And it would be nice to build up a little bit more ammunition. So, kind of tempted to say we might just take the long way through all the way back up to Songclave, just to get some ammunition going again since we totally blew through our bag over the course of this run. Might even switch back to Architect to play with that a little bit, if we're doing so. Just to try it out. Yeah, at some point we'll deal Rune Rage back in as well. So that makes a certain amount of sense. Yeah, you can kind of stall and charge like that and you get shredded organs. The thing about Rune Rage is you might actually be able to get, once again, the seared organ instead. Because that's the only real fire attack that we have currently. Going by the description. Oh, I interrupted here. I don't like this diagonal charge attack on this actually. We're just playing it badly. Okay, that's fine. We'll go back. That's alright, still trying it out. Experiments will sometimes do that. And that. Whoops. Well, let's not lose here, though. Yeah. So the aerial charge definitely does a little bit of added damage with that long thrust. You just need to aim it a little better. You can kind of do it repeatedly. Like that, and just shred him immediately. And how does that do as far as the shredded organ goes? And given that the shredded organ just comes out of the standard weapon, let's see that quest. Skewered and seared. So you don't even need one of your auxiliary tools to do that. Even your other standard weapons can give you attacks of varying types. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, I guess we can just attack into those directly. Also notice that you can kind of hold a charge with an attack and still move around with it. We hadn't been using the charge attack very much at all, so this is something that didn't really necessarily occur to me. Let's go down to the spa. Because we can. Because all you need is punch right through him if you build it to charge in advance. Just a one-shot each of these, in fact. I guess that's the nice thing about the forward charge on this weapon. It really does shred. Okay, and let's just take the central passage down below. Actually, in general, the attack power on it is quite good. Look at that, you just take them out without a range. Works out pretty well. And then if you go with your tools, yeah, I guess you would need enough of your tools count, your shard currency rather. Oh, let's make sure we get these spacings down again like we did before. Here we go. Just takes a little getting used to, but I like the range, I like the damage. I just need to get used to the different ways that this weapon happens to point. We better hit the bench up top just in case. Just in case of stuff like that. That gives us a little bit of practice with Architect, so now we can see how the tools bind goes. Yeah, it's like an alternate bind that theoretically crafts tools rather than gives you health. I don't think we really have the materials to show it off right now, though. Okay. Go. Shred everything. The other thing is that much earlier on, we had the buff for the hunter. I think that was in Weave Nest Atla, if I remember correctly. And that's, we were told at that point that later in the game we could go back and improve some of the other crests as well, and we actually never went back to ask about that and see how that would work. Because if we can improve some of the other crests, particularly Reaper, which we use so heavily, then we should. Interrupted here. Oops. Might even farm up the shredded organs by the time we're done with this. And then we'll have to see about the other ones. Those are machines, they don't leave organs, just cogs. Oh, that guy thinks he can outcharge me. Yeah, the attack power is really quite nice on the forward attack. don't remember Reaper having the ability to hit quite that hard, so. But of course, you know, a lot of these weapon stats and comparisons are hidden anyway, so. We should go for a bench down below, again, just in case. Just pierce through both of these. Maximum health, yeah, so we no longer need credit organs. It does make me wonder if some of the other tools that are the standard weapons can get me things like skewer. Maybe if we switch back to Hunter. Yeah, because Reaper wasn't really getting me anything when it came to organs. I don't think. But clearly for... well, let's take a look. Yeah, Beast would probably shred as well. I mean, this is kind of a side swipe. It's not really a forward pin, right? So you'd think that would be something like long pin that would get you to skewer. In theory. But again, I was surprised that Architect gave us as much as it did. We can play around with Wanderer or something a bit, maybe. Or play around with Rune Rage. Even better. And see if Rune Rage gets us the seared meat as we think it would. And so in that case, we'll also put long pin up top to see if long pin can actually get some skewers going as well. Oh, forgot Rune Rage. Let's put it back on. I mean, I guess Silk Spear might potentially give you skewer as well, and that's something we should consider. So rending runes upon one's enemies. Yeah, we'll see. Didn't seem to get me anything previously, but the initial description seemed to indicate fire. Yeah, it doesn't really get you anything here. So I wonder where we could have gotten some kind of flame tool then. Or flame modifier. Oh no, here it is. Flint slate. Temporarily superheats the needle's blade. If we use the flint slate, that's what would get it. And yeah, that would actually do it. And we don't necessarily need to go Reaper to do that. We can actually put that even back on Architect. Flint Slate also has the poison effect for some reason. I wonder if it still gives you the flame effect if you do that. Yeah, it just poisons everything. How come you got the poison effect on Hornet, though? You have the Flint Slate. Let's take out the poison effect for a moment so we can see if we can get back on fire, because maybe it's only one element at a time. We don't know. We're new to this. should just go inject her again. Because let's say you sear it like this. That gives you seared organ. Great. But then the effect doesn't last very long, so it's a good thing we do have Architect, because then theoretically we can bind to refresh that effect. Oh, come on. Oop. It didn't last long, though. But that's how you would do it. And you don't need that many of them. It's just that the seared organ can be a resource intensive to get simply because of the wood slates requiring materials. But then Longpin theoretically should be able to get you a skewer later on as well, and then you don't need as many kills that we need for Shredded for that to happen. Yeah, so you just sear it like this. Unfortunately, yeah, you do need to have a group together, I think, to really make proper use of that effect. It's very nice that this weapon hits so hard, though. So if you try to do upbind, then it refreshes as much as it can, like you're at a bench. That's very nice, actually, because then you can keep going with the flint. Get the seared organ off of this one, and possibly off of this one as well, maybe. I hope before that expires. It expired. That's okay, because if you build up some silk, and if you build up some materials, then you're potentially in good shape. And we only need to use this so long as we need the seared organs, so... I'm gonna heal up here, though. Not gonna get to seared organ off this one until we can hit cleanly. Again, better to save it for big group fights, so you can charge through a big set at once. Like the next corridor that's coming up here, maybe. Oh, okay, sure, we'll take this one too. There we go. Seared that one. Now we better heal up. Yeah, we want to save it for things we know we can hit. Okay, that's a little touchier than we thought it would be. Also, we have a huge bank of currency at this point. We should think about where to spend it. Definitely one possibility is completing the spool fragment. And then maybe we can get something off of this. Seared organ, there we go. And back and down we go. Did spend a lot of materials in that, but in terms of the seared organs, we have 9 out of 15. And so, yeah, they're very reliable to farm, which is nice. Let's cash the quest. Broodmother's Eye. Let's see what we get. We've got a lot of income all of a sudden. So, we can't afford to think about what else we're getting with all of this. So earlier we got the crafting kit for 700 off of Grindel already. We also got the Architect's Key. Yeah, the Architect's Key, I guess, was just dependent on total tools from anywhere, not just tools off of the Architect, which was what we misunderstood. I think a spool fragment is probably the best way to go here. We're just short of buying up something like a mask shard if we really wanted to dump that. We can also get the other craft metal if we want to spend currency now just to minimize our bank. At some point I want to try out the spider strings just to see the effect of making everybody sing. That's indeed what it does. But spool fragment seems to be the most immediate upgrade because it does complete the second half of something we already have. I actually wondered too. We were wondering what the mask maker in the corner of Mount Fay was all about because he didn't give us any material interaction last time we were back there. And the thought had occurred to me that since I don't remember if we had the fractured mask the last time we went there, maybe that interacts in some way. I don't think that's the case though, because we got the fractured mask the last time we went down to the place with the vendor that was taken out sort of at the top of Hunter's March, where we also got the Curve Claw. So I feel like maybe we already had that the last time we went to Mount Fay, and so it's not like you can just repair the mask that is its own accessory. But you never know. I think the mask maker is going to be relevant at some point. We just don't know when or how. There are a few NPC locations that are dead ends for us right now that might just pertain to a later quest or something that we haven't discovered. Okay, in terms of what else we can do here, anything new on the quest board? Not really. Yeah, still need to go for Beast Fly. Still need to go for the Skewered Organ, which again I think is probably dependent on pins. Yeah, the last Beast Fly, of course, took us an absurd amount of time, so... But of course, we were much less powerful then. Okay, so Spool Fragment got all the way up to max. I do wonder, too, about the fact that you can trade in for a Coral Commandment, because you would just take the Coral Commandment over to the one with the relics, bug with the relics down in Belhart, and then he would give you the cash back if you cash it in now. And so, and we also have some other relic that we're sitting on, so we could get a pretty big burst of cash from him as well. Craft metal, we have a use for it down at the Architect, but not yet necessarily. Let's just get this one. Might give us some interesting lore to see what the choristers have been asked to do to capture Hornet. And we can maybe sear a few more enemies on the way down. Yeah, Belhart down there. We should go back down to the Grand Bellway, and down at the Grand Bellway we have a very easy farming location for the seared meat. And so we should do that. A very easy farming location, in fact, so... Why don't we take Ventrica back down? Yeah, because all we do with this location, although we might run out of materials for this pretty soon, is we sear and we charge into these first two. And there you go, seared organs. And we can only do this so many times before we run out of flint. But actually, you get some shards off of them, so that pays for itself. More seared organs. And we should be able to just complete this quickly. I wonder how easily we can complete the other one. For skewer. Because again, I feel like it's dependent on getting a kill with a long pin. But we would need to have a precise idea of how many shots we're going for. I think for that purpose we put in long pin. I think it has to be a long pin. I just can't imagine it being much else. We actually want to put long pin maybe in a central position, easier to trigger. And then we just need to hit a certain number of times and finish with a long pin. So we don't want to do a charge attack initially, we want it to go. And then... Okay, so yeah, that totally gets you something. Skewered organ, good. That gets you 2 right away, so... So I think we kind of do 3 hits with the main weapon and 1 hit with long pin. Roughly. So we can conserve resources. We don't need to get too many skewers. So this should be easy. Yeah. So we essentially just farm it up here a few times. And even if we run out of shards, we should have enough long pins to work with. Particularly because we do get a little bit of shard income off of these ones. We get a lot of rosary income off of these ones too, actually. They drop a pretty pile. Oh, no, killed that one prematurely. That's okay. Just means we'll do more rounds than we anticipated, but we'll get back there and complete it. Oh, too much. And Skewered Organ is already maxed out. So yeah, we've got Brood Feast done already. So next priority, we go back down to Putrefied Ducts, go down, go left, and then that's it for that quest. Very easy. Now in terms of loadouts for Architect, let's stay on Architect for a moment. I wonder if maybe we should put something like Flint Slate back in the middle. You never know when it's handy. Or traps. Having long pin in middle is kind of nice, though. It's just that everything's very resource intensive. If you have all these different kinds of attacks, top, middle, bottom. Might even play around with cutter for that. Just because. Okay, since we got that, we will take the bell away. We'll go back over to Putrefied Ducts, and we'll cash that quest. Now let's be careful here because we do have a pretty big bank of rosaries that we're sitting on at this point as well. We don't want to lose it all. But there's not much between our Bell Beast station over there and the location that we're going for, so hopefully not too much of an issue. And hopefully we get a better situation with tools here. You see, you can kind of do the ricochet here. That actually does hit. Now this does not hit through the floor. Well, nothing hits through the floor. You can hit through ceilings the way we could with the Reaper, but... Oh, wow, that really cuts him. We're using too many resources. That's okay. Don't actually need to drop that much stuff on it, but Bone Cutter does hit really hard, which is nice. Let's just skip it. It's too much trouble. We'll have a bench coming pretty shortly, too, on the left side. Let's bring the feast. Also, should have switched to maggot protection for this zone, but that's okay. We're not going far. Adam's spider, the smell is upon you, all those organs rich prepared for feasting. Okay, organs harvested. Wish granted. Get in walls, spider. Upon these fine meats my children will gorge and grow. And better the organs of others than they feed upon your own, yes? One should not be surprised for the spider to perceive the truth of my requests. A chosen one like you, many times I've seen it similar. They will be born hungry with sharp tooth and claw. In the birth craze, your own meat would delight as much as another bug's. This feast is distraction in hope to save your shell. Is that shameful, a mother who would not sacrifice herself for her children to grow strong? Is it wrong to want to witness their first flight, their first hunt, to see them kill and grow? Your choice is your own, tall mother. You won't be judged by me. I've seen enough sacrifice. I've no love for the act. Long Claw increases the range of needle attacks. Interesting. I mean, we already had a pretty decent range on some of this, but you know what? Let's try it. We were so dependent on the long nail extensions in the first Hollow Knight. That's quite nice, actually. And then let's take a look at what it looks like. You know, this might even make Wanderer viable, because with Wanderer, I was kind of concerned about the range relative to how we were doing. I don't even remember what the specific bind effect was for Wanderer, but now Wanderer's got a nice reach to it. And we can plug in some memory lockers to make it viable. Reaper already had a decent... Well, I mean, hang on, we're not plugging in... Wanderer, actually, we tried it out just now. We didn't actually plug in the effect. You know what? We've got so many memory lockers. Let's just put in a crest just to show it off. Nice thing about Wanderer is that you get 3 yellows. You're just limited in terms of tools. And so if you're in a situation where you do want 3 yellows, like if you want some additional movement from Scuttle Brace or something, or some additional shards for that matter, Well then, might as well extend just a little bit here. Not going to super commit to this yet. I just want to put in the range to show it off. And to make this viable, we'd want to put in multi-bind anyway. So yeah, let's just plug this in. We don't want to overcommit to this just because we do want to save some memory lockets for the other ones, in case we want to try them. Also notice that Beast won't get this because Beast does not have a blue slot. What were we doing? Multi-bind, right? So yeah, now, okay, this is nice and long. And quick too, which has just nice responsiveness to it. Let's try what it's like on Reaper in lieu of the injector band. Really long. The thing about Reaper is that there is a slight lag time to it sometimes, but you got a really beautiful reach to it. And we might as well see it on Hunter just to see what it's like, even if we have multi-bind on it currently. Yeah, nice and swift. Had to deal with the downward diagonal, of course. We might actually play Wanderer for a bit, just to change things up for a bit. We currently have Thread Storm on it. Let's put Rune Rage on it just for fun. And we do have enough memory lockets to open up the outer slot. And it's just that we would have only one long-range attack. So with one additional yellow slot, then we can put on something else. Maybe even just a knockback reduction on it, since you have this fast swipe effect where you want to close in, right? I feel like that actually makes the most sense. Scuttle Brace is great too, of course. Loved using it. But let's try it out, just to do a few different things. Yeah, 068, it was a nice placebo effect you were saying earlier when we were trying out a dagger and thought, oh, okay, I haven't even plugged this in yet, and we thought we had a longer slash. Well, we wanted it to happen. Also, I'd never really seen it in action very long, so... Oh, the other thing is... Okay, so Wreath of Purity is on blue as well. So probably we would take off Long Claw and go Reaper for the Bilehaven climb, so we can have Multi-Binder plus Wreath of Purity. We're not doing it without Wreath of Purity. I think that just makes way too much sense. That's something we should use. Also, we're so flush with cash at this point. We should figure out the next thing that we want to spend it on. Even if it is just binding up a few more rosary necklaces for the time being, so we can just decide later. I actually think that we should go back to Belhart and we should cache the various relics. Once we do that, then we have an understanding of exactly how much money we're sitting on. And from there, we'll make a decision as to what we're buying next. Because we could, of course, afford some of the bigger stuff now, like the next Masked Shard or the next Spool Fragment, even though neither of them add up to full just yet. Yeah, might as well try this out. And get back up top. Whoop. Yeah, you see how swift the attack is? You can get out of that very quickly. We should check Weakness Atla just to see if we can get any of the crests improved yet. I don't know what the interaction or requirement is for those. Yeah, because you can be a little bit spammy with this dagger here, and look at that was devoured. Great, works for me. Very responsive. Not as many of the issues perhaps we're having with the speed of the Reaper's swipe. Okay, let's see what to do here. Yeah, so we'll cache both the effigy and the commandments. We still haven't found the gramophone or whatever for the recording that we are supposed to play at some point, but let's just see what happens when we return to Belhard. Probably nothing new on the board. Let's get up there and make some purchases, or rather, make some trades. I smell something on you. Heavy you with a past you are. You have a relic for me, don't you? And so we'll get both of these. It's just my collection. Well, look then. Look at what I have. So yeah, the other one gave you 330, so you were basically strictly trading up in terms of cash. Weaver effigy. Carving of Atla, Weaver of Time. Well, that was the weave nest that we found down below. So there's an effigy for each of the weavers. Kimura, I wonder, I don't remember the name of the other weave nest that we found where we just found a speed item. The grace of your example and our history held full in mind. Our song is yours as your name is sacred. Weaver Atla, may you be praised eternal. And last edict of the conductors, and lo is eternity sustained. By architect's claw we welcome that final form of dial and rotor in soul gladly given. The perfect unfaltering voice. Yeah, so essentially their consciousnesses were transferred into the clockwork machines, and I guess that's something we'll see when we get back to the clockwork dancers fight eventually, but it seems like there is this kind of mind transference into the steampunk equivalent of AI robot bodies that happens with some of the creatures here. And so yeah, that's what we have. More than bring me more relics of the past. Records, seals, idols. Let's gather up the history of the world and hoard it all here, nice and safe. Okay, so in terms of rosaries, now we know that we can trade sets of 140 for these 120 necklaces. We just do a quick mental calculation. 4x4 is 160, 400. So we can trade 560 of these if we want to essentially spend 80 in premium in order to just make necklaces for safety, or we can actually just buy something. And I'm thinking about what we could buy. We just break one of these. Because I do have a list in my notepad of what the vendors had. I think... Well, let's think about this, because there are a couple of different things that we can buy for more income if we need it. Also, with it just occurred to me that with Wanderer, we have the additional yellow slot that could actually get us something like the Infinite Wall Cling. We could also see what Spider Strings is. The most sort of immediate material improvements, of course, would be from spool fragments and mass shards, even though we're not using them immediately. And so if we can afford them, we probably should just buy them. Because there's a more expensive spool fragment that is off of Grindel. Grindel's also got the other Psalm cylinder. Because there's more than one of these, and when we find a gramophone, then maybe we'll want to have that available. And so, lots and lots of choices with what we have. Yeah, I think at this point we should just spend. And just make sure that we, don't lose those rosaries when there are more permanent upgrades that we can get in the near term. In that case, let's get back to the Blasted Steppes. There was one other location in the Blasted Steppes that I was thinking about exploring as well. It's that opening that is over where Hornet could theoretically leave Farloom if she wanted. Down below. There's clearly an opening there. We haven't gone back to check that since we first discovered that area, and so now that we have so many movement powers, we should actually go back for it. Right now we're... Oh, whoops. Running the knockback resistance, aren't we? Yeah, let's go up. Playing Wanderers essentially feels like playing Hollow Knight. Okay, so let's take a look at the cost list here. So we're sitting on 617 right now. Throw your big needle and scratch shinies straight off your target's shell. Now, how exactly does that work? That is expensive, and expensive in a way that makes me wonder if we should just take it. But we're currently running both Multipine and the range on Wanderer right now, but it might be something we want for later. I think, though... Yeah, scoop more rosaries from your bested foes. I wonder how seriously that warning is. Just watch when you're snitching that you don't lose some of your own. So do you occasionally get robbed as well if you are wearing this, or is this just a little bit of extra flavor in the text? Because if it's just a straight up rosary bonus, then it's not a bad idea either. I guess if we buy the cylinder now, then, when we find eventually the gramophone that we can play it on in a Citadel, then we don't need to run all the way back here and run all the way back up. Let's just take it, actually. And we'll just take the Thief's Mark. Why not? See how it goes. We'll plug it into the slot that we're currently using for the knockback protection. Oh, lose some rosaries on taking damage. Okay, I see. So that's only if you are feeling particularly precise. Well, that's okay. I mean, eventually we want to collect everything anyway, so I was curious. Yeah. Maybe we'll play with that later. Not yet. Would be interesting to use that in conjunction with the Barb Bracelet. Like if you're really confident in your own precision as an attacker, then you can have the damage buff and the rosary buff and farm like crazy. It's just very high risk, very high reward if you decide to play that way. Okay, since we're here, this is quite a ways down from that area down below. It might actually be easier to just port down to Shellwood and then go left instead of just dropping all the way here, since we're passing by the fast travel point anyway, so let's just do that. We'll check that location. So when we go through blasted steps, we can go to the area that is the exit Barloom. And let's just see where we can go. So something up here. So we can get there, then... Actually, if we just jump off... Second jump, there we go. Oh, so yeah, we can totally get up there. Just with the appropriate sequence of grapple and double jump. The knockback protection worked out pretty well there. That said, we want to be a little more exact about this. Looks like from here, we can grapple over, and then that's the exit. Whoops. You like the swiftness of the attack. Theoretically, you can build up so quickly with the Wanderer. Theoretically. Oh, something up above. I wonder if we're able to get up here. If that is something like a mask shard up above, it looks like it is, then we're in great shape, because then we get Beast Fly, then we can actually pay for the remaining mask shard. And then that's a mask, and then that's number 8. So let's do this. Oop, wasn't expecting that to crumble under my feet. And yeah, let's not take too much damage here. Okay, in a bit of peril. But that is Mask Shard. And a fairly easy one, too. And so, we get out of here safely. Well, the next priority should actually be Beastfly. And if we have enough rosaries to work with, then we can also buy that mask. Which is... Well, Jubilana, I think that was 750 or something. So, but then that's easy. We just go back to Coral Chambers and farm things up. We might even farm things up using the thief tool that we just picked up. Now for Beastfly, I don't know if we want to go with Wanderer. Maybe we can, because quick swipes actually might be helpful there. Rune Rage might not be, simply because it's slow in a very high intensity, high movement fight. Even in its original form. But we'll see, because I was actually kind of dependent on a spear for the original fight, I think, just to use that to remove ads from the board. So we'll see. We're in much better shape than in the original Beastfly fight. So anything can happen. Well, it makes a certain amount of sense to prioritize the mask. Then that clearly is a mask guard, I think. What I could see. Or is it? I thought it was. Just looking at the silhouette of it. So, yeah, we know where to track it. We know that it was kind of slamming against a wall over in Pilgrim's Rest to begin with. It makes actually a certain amount of sense to do the courier escort quest from Belhart, which I thought we'd done before, but for some reason it actually spawned there again. So I wonder if those were in fact repeatable. I wouldn't have assumed they were. Because it didn't give me a repeatable one for Bone Bottom or anything else, just for the Pilgrim's Rest location. Maybe we didn't actually do it successfully the first time and I just misremembered. But I thought I did because I remember kind of diving all the way down far fields there. So we can pick that up. Perhaps. Or, I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is we just go down to far fields immediately. Let's just go down to far fields immediately. Let's see what we're dealing with when it comes to Beastfly. And we'll hopefully not take 2 hours on it this time. We just want to get a bit of an initial assessment as to what exactly we're going to be fighting here. We'll try it with Wanderer first. Oh. Kind of feels strange to not have to knock back, actually, since it's such a feature of the Hollow Knight combat system. So does Beastfly charge out here immediately? I mean, if so, we should probably get the bench going first. There's probably something to track too. It's clearly he's trying to slam through the door, right? But then maybe we need to track the path that actually gets there. It's clearly the Beastfly, but we need to find out how to wrap around. No need to pay into the Pilgrim's Rest yet then. Until we have a better idea of which bench we actually want. Oh, this way. Okay, so maybe that's not it at all. Seems like eventually it would wrap you all the way around to where something is mysteriously slamming against a wall. Ooh, rosaries. Let's see, he sends you back over this way. And the thing about the tracking quest, as we saw with the one before this over in a slab, is that sometimes the quests themselves, do they reveal new paths or indeed just fully open new paths? And the quest itself makes available. should heal out of this in a moment. Let's see where the next tracking location is, if we can find it. Yeah, because doesn't it just totally take you back to where we were before? Hang on, we lost track of it. We should maybe go back for a spot unless we can find where it continues here. Yeah, because it was looping around like that, and of course the current bench that we already took was probably sufficient. Goes down. This is it. Oh, you have to fight it over this kind of terrain. Like, over the... Yeah, it's the same fight, I guess, maybe. But you have to fight it where fourth course was originally. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, we haven't fought this in a while, so we... Good. Think about it carefully. Except we had nowhere to stand. I think it actually behooves us to stay in the air against it. Also, notice that because you have to pass through that location, this is the nearest bench that you can take. You can't actually take the bench on the right side that we had previously used for fourth course. That's okay. It's a pretty short run anyway. Yeah, and if it turns out that we'd rather switch back to Reaper, we'll do it. But let's go this for the time being just to see. Oh, yeah, I gotta watch the side attack. Oh, a little overeager there. Very overeager there. Okay, you can actually reach up in that phase. That's nice. Oh. Magma Bell might not be the worst idea here, just in case we fall in. We should try not to fall in, but... Oh, can't jump in that location. we get some bony enemies now. Oh, and they shoot fire. Okay, yeah. I guess Magma Bell probably is what we want. Because if they're shooting fire at you, then that's obviously going to be a liability. You can take out the ants quickly, though. Yeah, if it goes off screen like that, then assume a run. Whoop. No, bad timing. Okay, that dies quickly. That's a good idea. I actually like that we have knockback protection for this, otherwise we would have positioning issues, I think, when we're swiping into it. Whoa. Yeah, too many things crowding us there, but this could work. This could work. We want Multi-Binder and Long Claw, though. We don't necessarily need a Long Claw. Well, we do for the upward swipe. Otherwise, I would consider going Magma Bell for it. That's more if we fall in, or if we get hit by the fire projectiles. I think we stick with this for the moment. We don't really need Silk Speed anklets. We're not doing a lot of back and forth sprinting on this. So that should get changed out, maybe. But none of these are really a natural fit on yellow. Actually, having triple yellow doesn't really make that much sense on this specific fight. Threadstorm might, because then you don't particularly need to aim to get rid of the ants along the way. Sharp Dart actually might not be bad either, as long as we're reasonably precise about where we're positioning ourselves, just so we can get out of trouble with it. But yeah, we'll see. Let's stick with what we have. It looks pretty manageable so far, actually. More than I expected, given how badly the Beastfly fight went originally. But if we read the tells, particularly for it flying around from the side, then we should be okay. I like that the Wanderer attack is swift. We tap it a lot, actually. See, we're already in this phase. Oop. Getting hit pretty hard with this, though. Yeah, that's the issue. They're all over the place. We need a faster way to get into those. I think we switched back to Spear, actually. Spear was my original solution to that anyway. We do have Curve Claw up and running if we want. We really can't let those stay on the board for as long as we can have. If we do take Magma Bell, that would have to replace, whoops, the long pin. We're already down by 2 mass. That's okay, we'll just get into the fight. Let's just heal up when we can. The long needle, rather. Whoops. Long claw. One of them. Long claw, yeah. Okay, this is a mess already. But the only thing that would really affect, I think, is the upward swipe. Okay, when we have a good chance, let's heal. Those explode in the longer term, so. Yeah, just need to get him down immediately. No, too long on that. Whoa. No. Couldn't get into that. Okay, well, we should maybe try it with Magma Bell. It'll be with shorter range though. So I don't know if we still want to play. Wonder if that's the case. Let's actually go Reaper, but we're going to do a few different things. We'll probably go Trap. And we want to go Curve Claw up top. Now we either go Injector for the fast heal, because healing speed is an issue, as we can see in that fight. Or... And also, we definitely want to go Silk Spear here. Spread Storm could work too if we kind of get in close, but we can't always get in close. Or, yeah, we should go Magma Bell for it. But instead of speed, we can do knockback protection on this fight. Now, we're not really used to doing this with Reaper, so... hopefully it doesn't throw us off too much when it comes to how we're bouncing around. But that setup might work. We'll see if the weighted belt makes sense here. We just don't want to knock ourselves back into lava very much when we have all those really close positions. So we just need to deal with the fact that the attacks won't be quite as swift. But you know, we're accustomed to some of these timings, so it will hopefully not be too bad. Oh. Yeah, still a pretty big bounce off the attack with Reaper, so. Oh, bad, but that's why we had the Magma Bell. Bad position for that. Need to work on that heal timing. Good. Nope. Okay. Nope, just couldn't get in there. We probably need to curve claw into that. But I'm not using too many of the tools just yet until we've gotten a sense of what we want to do with the fight. For once, a Reaper might actually be a little too slow for what we want here. Using the grapple actually is an idea with some potential here. But if we manage our health better, then we manage the silk better in return, so... Whoop. Wow, just got hit right off the top. Luckily only 1 point of damage. It's okay, just need to anticipate the attacks a bit better, like we typically have to do with Reaper anyway. Yeah, Injector Man might work out better than Magma Bell here. As long as we don't fall into the lava, you know, we still need better heal timings. Yeah, the thing is, the heal's too slow. Particularly if we were running Multibind without Injector. Well, because Multibind is itself slow if you're waiting on both heals. Oh, shouldn't have spammed that much right before death. Oh well. Okay, let's try it with Injector. I mean, Magma Bell is nice protection, but... we actually maybe want to go Injector instead of Multibinder. Because the heals need to be so quick. No, we just need to heal for 3 and then we go Magma Bell. That makes more sense. It's the first time in ages we're taking off Multibind, so we do need to pay attention to how we're managing health, so I don't forget that we're only getting 3 points off it again. Oh, shouldn't have jumped into that. Standing too close all around. Yeah, we can't really get a double heal off Multibind. Interestingly enough, I wonder if this gets you enough height to go for the bomb up top. Which is there, as you can see. It's the bomb that was supposed to be dropped onto 4th Chorus. I mean, with the Beastfly moving around so rapidly, I'm not assuming that you can do the bomb drop on top of it, but you actually can gain a decent amount of height in that fight once you bounce. And so that is an intriguing possibility. We didn't get the bomb kill on 4th Chorus, but we did see it on the screen and talk about it as a possibility at the time after the fight. Let's not try for it like this yet. That is an intriguing possibility. Oh, maybe we can't really reach it. I mean, you can reach it, but maybe we can't actually hit it better. Yeah, quick heal. Much better. Can't wait for the Multibind. We're just not able to stay still long enough in this fight to make it viable. Oops. Oh. Oh, nope, nothing to land on over there. Don't know why I thought there was. Yeah, always prioritize the ad even if Beastfly is available for the taking. always prioritize it. I have to get that under control. Eventually it'll do a double spawn, I'm sure. And then we'll really have to work on controlling it. Standing way too close. Maybe it does friendly fire as well. Oh, thought it was going to lead over an additional spot. That was not the case, and I was trying to get into a healing spot there, but didn't read where it was coming in on the side. That was a good attempt, though. That was better than before. I think the heal timing with what we have right now with Injector Ban onto single heal actually works out quite nicely here. Oh, falling in. It's a bit of a rough start. And you can just get a heal when you jump over. Because Injector Ban feels really quick with just a single. Okay. Notice lack of friendly fire there as he stopped. But we actually managed to be safe there for some reason. Whoop, too close. Need to heal at the next opportunity. Good. Instant hit on that. But then we died. Yeah, at that kind of distance, we want to spear the ad for sure. That's what worked in the original fight. It should be what works here. And it's only spawning those so far. It's not spawning anything else other than the flyers, and that's fine. Like, this looks manageable. This looks easier than the original fight, given how much better we're doing in terms of character power and tactical options. In our current state, in fact. Okay. Good. It still does slam onto the wall when you let it do so. When you're in a position where it's going to do so by proximity. Yeah, need an instant kill there. Works a lot better. If we have the silk to do it and the health to do it without worrying about heals. Which isn't always going to be the case. Like here, for instance, we don't have the silk. But we will in a moment. I'm sure. As long as we don't get hit by everything. Yeah, you can totally reach the bombs up top, actually. It's just that I don't think they necessarily hit the beast on the way down. But they're very, very reachable by the looks of it. If you can get up to the sides. Because there are two nodes that you can hit. left node and a right node, and you can just drop the top down. Maybe that even creates a safety platform or something. We're not really sure, but if we can get up there, there's definitely something up there giving us an option on the fight. For instance, yeah, we just blow that up. Nope. Getting a little too fancy in trying this. But it is worth trying, I think. Oh. Didn't get enough height. One more bounce would have done it. Oh, that was a dash. Wasn't what we were going for. Risky situation. Let's heal first. So we did pop the right side of the area up top. Nope, standing too close. Nope. Reacted a little bit later. But yeah, you can totally drop that. I just don't know what it does. If it just completely whiffs on to drop down to the beast fly. But the fact that it's available there really is quite tantalizing. Okay, just gonna blow up the top. What happens if you blow up both sides? That's a thing. Blow up both. So yeah, nothing because it's not going to hit. But it could potentially hit. It's just that you have to be very fortunate with your timing, given that these flies dashing around all the time. I mean, you can go for it, you just won't necessarily hit. But it is a massive bomb drop. Oh, and it's not available anymore. Once you do it once, then it's off the map. So I guess presumably if you did get the bomb kill on 4th chorus, then you're not allowed to do it on Beast Fly because that option is just removed from the environment. So that's something you can try once. Maybe it was the same with 4th chorus as well, where you can try it once, but I mean, and 4th chorus you're definitely going to hit, right? Because it just stands still there in the middle. So no need to try that anymore. At least we finally reached that location belatedly when it was no longer useful. It could have been useful. I feel like it absolutely could have just hit the Beast 5. Things worked out well. I bet somebody probably has a video of that kill there somewhere. Oh. Whipped the wrong way on that. And again. That's okay. We'll just get some silk backward heal and we'll be okay. Yeah, not a safe place to stand. Nope. Now we me silver heals again before we get whacked. So it did get whacked by friendly fire that time. Oh, and we keep jumping into it without actually reading his height as it's flying in. That's what happens when it's off screen. I'm not reading his position when it's turning around. Wrong one. But I actually feel like this is manageable. Not even go rune range, we really don't have to aim. It's just that it's a long warm-up time for that attack, and we might not be able to afford that at any point in this fight. Oops, standing too close. No excuse for that with the Reaper. Oops. Standing way too close, always. Yeah, the Reaper just has a longer wind-up time on the attack than something like Wanderer, and there have been many situations throughout the game with the downward strike when we fail to budget for that it takes a while for this swing to actually complete after you push the button. With some of the other weapons, it's a little more instant. That's the price of playing Reaper. I'm considering whether maybe there's a case for playing Architect here. We don't really have the shards to make good use of dumping tools, which is the main reason to play Architect. We need to watch our screen position carefully. When it's coming in at a certain height. Okay, good. Better timing that time. Stay grounded otherwise. Nope, shot in the face. Okay. Oh, exactly in the wrong position. However, we can heal. No, just having trouble getting in there and approaching. Missing entirely. Yeah, we really can't whiff on the spear like that. Because the situation's going to get out of control very quickly if we don't land those kills. You can kind of see its height as it goes off screen. I have to watch it very carefully when it does so, though. That was about as well as executed as it could have been. Once. quickly. And yeah, if you're not burning silk on heals, then you have plenty of silk left for spears, and that should be the way you play it. See now, oh, there's a bit of a fake out there. Because it does 2 bursts before it comes up. We're pretty far from the landing location that time. Missed. Really cannot afford to miss that. Yeah, missing that one spear turned the whole fight all of a sudden at the end. We should have thought about just spamming Curve Claw at that point, but I was too busy dodging. Looks like we got quite far though. Definitely one of the best attempts yet. Nope. Yeah, the thing is, if you start spending too much silk on heals, then it becomes a very negative cycle. On the other hand, if you get tons of silk back, then you're in great shape. Like, we want enough silk that we can just spam the spear on the ads when they come out. So we want as full a bank as possible. When that happens, it means not taking damage if we can avoid it. And usually we can. Some rough positions later on, perhaps, once we just run out of ground to stand on, but until that point... Oh. Okay. Curve Claw saved us there. Bit of a tense situation when I did miss on the spear. But we do need to learn how to play out of situations like that. Exactly. Okay. There will be some double spawns from now on. And we know that, so we do need to watch out. We can get some silk back. That'd be great. Look at that, that's the kill. Right there, easy. Very, very manageable. Particularly compared to the first Beastfly fight. Horn Fragment goes to Bellheart. Yeah, that... was much more manageable than I would have expected when I saw that Beastfly was making a return. But again, this one only had the flying ants to deal with, and we knew that even though these ones shoot fire, unlike the original ones in the first Beastfly fight, that at least you're not dealing with all of the different kinds of enemies that spawn on the board, and that with the flyers, at least you know that they're going to be one-shot with a spear. And so that worked out really well. I wonder if there's still something slamming in the right side here, by the way, or if taking care of the Beastfly takes care of that. Yeah, someone's still here, so that's not Beastfly after all, that's somebody else entirely. We'll have to deal with that eventually. There's no way this is going to just stay here. It could be another tyrant, actually, because they like to ram into things and run over towns as well. So there could be something at some point that leads that to come in. But anyway, let's take the fast travel up to how hard we can and cash the quest. It's probably the last major thing we'll do today. But kind of nice to end on. So let's head over to Belhart and pick up the reward. And also reconfigure our current loadout a little bit while we're at it. Put it back on Redstorm. Put this back on Multibinder. Oh yeah, Injector in the second slot. Not that the order matters. And back to Silk Speed. So Beast Fly Down. That's all of the optional quests that we know about. Complete for the moment. There's a Mask Fragment, and we're going to buy the remaining Mask Fragment, which is going to be costly, 750 something. We actually don't really have enough off of this, do we? 220 and then 360. 580. We're actually a little bit short, so we're going to farm our way up through the Coral Zone because everything drops so much, and we might even use that youth item to do it. So let's go Wanderer. Actually, no, we should go maybe even Architect. Because, yeah, we're putting the long reach on the Architect, and well, we're already farming shards, I guess, but I like this idea. Because we're not even holding that many rosaries at the moment. So not much to lose. 115. We should try it. More rosaries in, more rosaries out. Might even try that in conjunction with the one that has high damage output, so we can just kill everything in as quickly as we can. I like the idea of doing this with Architects because the damage output is so clearly good. Descriptive is just one more piece of heart. Yeah, I know where to buy one. We just need the income for it, so we'll probably finish on that today. Just farm our way up to Songclave. Actually, the other thing we could have done, no, we should have rethought this, is there is a quest to deliver from Belhart up to Songclave. And that would be maybe slightly risky because it takes us through Sinner's Road. We have to do to climb up there, but actually, if we do that, that gives us a pretty sizable income. Maybe we don't want to do that with the thief thing, but in general, we want to avoid damage anyway when we're doing the courier quest, so we should actually try this. Descriptive, as you said, you got into this cool YouTube channel named Nintendo Forecast, yeah. I don't do a whole lot of video game YouTube, oddly enough, so you'll have to tell me about what they specialize in and what you've been enjoying. Yeah, there are very few kind of dedicated, made for YouTube video game channels that I actually follow. Which might be a surprise, but let's see. Anyway, we should pick up the courier quest for Sunclave. That pays about 300 something, and then I think it actually makes sense to do the Sinner's Road path for it. Maybe. Because the run is a little cleaner than on the blasted land side. So let's do this, and let's do it with our architect setup. And these deliverings will much need Miss Courier. Carry them safe for us. So yeah, we don't want to run around too much because bumping into things also inflicts damage. But if we take the Greymoor path up to Sinner's Road and then up to the Grand Bellway. Oh, if we're doing that, we should actually get maggot protection. Do we have enough room on our loadout for maggot protection? We should do that instead of the Thieves' Crest. No, we need it on blue. Oh, but then we'll need to take off either Longclaw or Multiblinder. We'll take off Multiblinder. We don't want to take too much damage here anyway, so... Okay, let's go. Yeah, descriptive as you said, it's video essays by what seems to be the most knowledgeable fan on Earth who has researched every Nintendo employee's history at the company. Oh, you mean like people who have followed all the end credits, etc., and actually keep a database? Yeah, I've seen people kind of log that on in various message boards and such, that they try to track what the different studios are working on so they know who's kind of unaccounted for in the rotation and who's probably cooking, who recently released. So it might be from kind of a similar source of information as the channel you're talking about. Might even be some overlap in the same people, to be honest. But I wouldn't really know. Okay, let's head over here. You're saying to YouTubers and anticipating future games we play as Zelda? I mean, after Echoes of Wisdom, it would not surprise me. And of course, quite trivially, in Age of Imprisonment, you are literally playing as Zelda as the main character, so... I mean, I'm sure that's accounted for already, but... I know you mean in terms of, like, mainline Zelda. It's hard to tell with Nintendo because they actually come up with mechanics first before they decide what the playable character will be. They did that with Echoes of Wisdom, in fact, and with Donkey Kong Bonanza. That they find a mechanic first, and then try to see how it fits into other things they might be doing at the brand strategy level. And so, pretty common for that to be the case. Yeah, we'll need to, if we were taking this path, be a little bit careful getting through the muck creatures later on, but I'm sure we can just skip around them. I roughly know which path we'll take to make it all the way up. There we go. Yeah, the thing about Architect is that it does feel like it just has a higher standard weapon damage, what I can tell. Maybe it's also because we upgraded our overall weapon damage with the Hail Aura, and it seems more noticeable with this weapon than it does with the Reaper, just because of some back-end calculation to that effect. So yeah, we climb up, and then we go through the exhaust organ path, I think. If that makes sense. We skip muck creatures. Skip things in general. And we'll try to do the climb safely. And escape to despawn things as necessary, so we want to go all the way up to the top of this area, there are a few enemies about. Those ones are a bit of a pain because of the projectiles they throw, so let's just drop it off. These ones are not too bad, but let's be careful. Just move out of its way. Oh, nope. That's 1 point of damage on the package already. Whiffing a little bit. We should actually just maybe go Curve Claw against it. Nope. Well, that was a lot of resources, unfortunately, spent. Actually. Okay, that pokes it quickly. Yeah, the charge attack is so good on this weapon. Too bad about that single point of damage. That's okay, we still have a bit of a buffer. And we take the top left path over here. Hope that's not going to be too hazardous since we have so many movement skills to just get across this stuff. Oh, I said movement skills to get across the stuff. That's okay, that's still only 2 points of damage. These ones we can just kill from below. Would rather not deal with it, so we'll just wait until it's back over here. We'll take it very patiently. And loot it. And then top corner, that gets you over to the mist path, the former mist path. Well, one of them anyway. Descriptive is, have I streamed remakes and remasters? I streamed Thousand Year Door, the remake version last year, and did it to a full 100%. And did it without upgrading HP, which is the way I like to play Thousand Year Door. Because it really kind of expresses the mechanics of the game to their fullest when you just play with the minimal hit points. Descriptivist, Beast Crest looks fun as all hell. Yeah, I turned it on for 1 or 2 particular fights where it was the solution to some very specific problems that I had, particularly on one big group fight that was with a low ceiling. That, you know, you have this huge damage output, you get the heals, and you also, in the right circumstances, can make really good use of that kind of shallow 30-degree dive that you get from the beast down attack, which is actually kind of like a down forward roll, almost kind of like a Donkey Kong roll. Okay, do we have a way to just shortcut over to the top without having to go through the exhaust organ? Let's see, just so I can avoid damage in there. Don't remember if I do. I might not. That's okay. And we'll just make it through. We just need to not take 3 more points of damage. It's actually mostly environmental damage we're concerned about in this area, with everything blowing this way and that, but we actually do have a lift that would take us upstairs to the underworks once we find it, or just a central column. Yeah, we have silk, that's fine. Just trying to remember, actually all the exhaust vents turned off here ever since we defeated the Phantom fight, I guess, so that's not even an issue. It's just that I no longer have a map to remind me of how to get out of here. I'll just take it very cautiously. Phantom fight was here, and then we exit out this side, yes? Yeah, 069 Biowater looks so massive when opening up the map. And, you know, especially when you consider that throughout that entire block, we actually never found a second bench. I feel like there has to be one we're missing there. Maybe it's even at the end of the Bilehaven fight, but... yeah, Biowater isn't joking around when it comes to scale. It is one long climb. Okay. Alright, this takes us over to the Grand Beltway, so should be pretty clear sailing from there. Yeah, I like this path a lot more than doing the path up to where Last Judge was, if you wanted to approach from the other side. As long as we're careful about the environmental damage. Because as far as courier quests go, we already did have our fill of that path. You know, something tells me that maybe this central column here is traversable, like the one that you go over with this tube. Because that's usually the case with crossings like that. But who knows? Okay, so we'll take it easy, and we can't use fast travel. So yeah, we're in a pretty manageable location now because it's back to Grand Beltway Hub. Then we just take it all the way up to Sunclave, and surely we can get there without taking 3 points of damage. Especially because we know how to speed through some of these fights with Architect. Okay, didn't manage to reach that guy this time though. Okay, got it. We're picking up a lot of income along the way as well, so by the time we get up there, we'll easily have enough rosaries. Let's just skip some fights. If we can. Oh, no. So much for not taking damage. There we go. Should have charged into some of those attacks. So yeah, 2 more points remaining on delivery. Main challenge, of course, with playing something with diagonal dive again is just hitting different points. So we should just go grapple against this stuff. And then we should be able to just charge attack into this one. And then next is the really stompy guy, right? Let's be careful here. There we go. Yeah, these drop rosaries like crazy. They're very, very plentiful here. There we go. Just want to poke as carefully as possible. Take out the sleeping one. Also very dishonorably. And let's see. Oops. Oh, no. Okay, 1 point remains. Under delivery. This is getting a little risky. Yeah, because there's going to be another flyer up there. Let's try not to wake him. Can I not wake him? Or maybe... Oh, that's not a flyer. That's one of the spears. So we'll just charge into it, actually. Not spears, rather, but the ones with a whip. Nope, nope. There we go. Courier swag destroyed. Okay, I guess we have to do that over. Well. So much for our caution here. That's okay. We wanted to do that in the first place to get the income on the way up. Do we want to redo that? Takes a little while. Let's count and see what we need to. I was thinking, you know, since we're taking this path anyway, then we can farm a lot of rosaries along the way, whether we deliver it or not. If we fail to deliver it, then we still have enough to make it over, what is it, 750 or so for the mask. So we don't actually need to complete that quest. It would have been nice to just give us a bonus of 360 on top of what we have. So, yeah, we'll just go up top and finish this bit. And we should have had a slightly better method against these ones. Because of damage avoidance. Might as well poke it while we're here. Problem with Architect is you don't have the standard silk attacks. Like the silk-based tools that usually go in the middle slot. And those are a little better for some situations like that. It's too bad it was just that last point of damage that we couldn't afford to take. And there we go, just drill into it horizontally like that. That's the technique we should have been using. But oh. Yeah, you just kind of charge up and then dash into it that way. Oh, actually, this is the top layer. We don't necessarily even need to take this, but you know what? We'll do it since we're here. Get some income off these ones. Because, oh, they actually hit pretty hard. We were previously doing the hit and run with Reaper against them. But yeah, just a couple of punches, and this is one where backing up with the scuttle power actually would have been very helpful as well. Because then you can run away from their attack. Oh. You know what, we'll just bypass them. Okay, we'll buy the mask and then we are done for today. Let's see what we need. I think it was 750. Let's just double check. Yeah, 750. So we need 390. 220. And then 240. Hang on. No, that's more than enough. 220 and... Or we can pop these ones, 360 and then 30. That's exactly 390. That makes more sense. It's just normally we try to save the small ones because smaller denominations are better for not being wasteful if you're trying to pop a map or a fast travel station, but I'm sure we'll just farm up enough rosaries by that point. That divides up a little bit better than trying to pop any of these ones first, I think. Unless we go 220, we go 120, that's goes 340. It's just short. Yeah, no, let's pop these 4. If I calculated this correctly. And that gets us just over the line. Would have been nice if we just finished the delivery quest, of course. That would have solved us that problem. Let's get up to 8 masks. Pretty substantial power spike over here. And let's reconfigure a few things. So we were an architect, we were on Wreath of Purity. I'm just going to change some things around. Because we're not going to stay on architect. We're going to... Oh, we were on the Thief's Mark. No wonder we picked up so much on the way up. I'd forgotten that we were still on that. But as far as architect goes, we'll put it back on Shard Pendant because that's more synergistic with this stuff. In fact, Poison in general was more synergistic with this stuff, but we put in Longclaw anyway for the time being. We'll do it like that, or we could do Longclaw and that and take off Multibind. But for the purposes of what we want to do next, we're probably going to go Wreath of Purity here. And keep the other stuff as is, I think. I'm considering whether we want to go back to Rune Rage. No, we want to keep Threatstorm. So the rationale for this is that we are going to prepare to do the Bilehaven climb again, not today, but next time. And, oh, I keep forgetting. We wanted to check Reef Nest Atlas. We can't do everything in one go. We should kind of pick our battles one at a time. Yeah, let's stop here for the time being. This was where we said we'd... was just after getting up to 8 masks. But we're in a really substantially better position than we were previously, given, first of all, Wreath of Purity, and secondly, having 8 masks instead of 7. We're still a little bit short when it comes to resources for the sub-weapons, because we have no shell shards really to speak of. That's just the main limitation, so we need to have a really good fight. But the idea that I had for Bilehaven is that in the early phases for the Ass, we used a drill. We were very dependent on a drill for that to kind of get through those phases cleanly. Then when we get to the last phase of the boss, once the boss spawns, then that is when we know we've gotten far enough safely that we should just dump Curve Claw on it, because we found a safe place to stand in that fight, but we didn't really have a ranged attack available the last time we were there, and so we could stand in the corner, but we couldn't hit anything. And so I've been thinking about what kind of tactic we'll have for that, and I think definitely we want to have the Wreath, which will hopefully survive the trip all the way up, depending on how often we fall into the muck. So that'll be the priority for next time. Also, we have the forum that we want to go back to at some point. We've also upgraded damage on both the main weapon and the tools, and so there's a lot that I think is working to our advantage in terms of making things go smoothly. So, oh, and now we see the name of where we were earlier, the Pale Lake. That's where we got the craft metal, and we couldn't really see what else that was about, apart from the fact that that lake seemed to be kind of separately purified as opposed to putrefied like everything to its left. So maybe there will be some reason to return there at some point, given how very conspicuously empty it is, but I think we made a good amount of progress today, covering the entirety of the purified ducts and mapping it out, and collecting so much else besides, and taking down a couple of bosses along the way, doing both of the hunts, finishing the apostate key over here in the slab. Very productive session, I think. So that's what we're looking at. We'll see how much more there is to fill in the days ahead. Thank you so much for watching. And until we continue, at the next available opportunity, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything you may be playing or making or watching or by studying. And as usual, fare thee well.